All right, thank you, everybody. Um, we are missing a small sizable contingent today early morning because of an event that Robin organized late yesterday night, which we can discuss separately. But I was not there.
That was a party.
But let me, it's a pleasure.
Yeah, too.
It's a pleasure to introduce Dr. Evan Kodra. We have been associated for a long, long time now. It always goes back or forth depending on when I'm introducing either his sophomore year or his junior year or whatnot, whatever it is. This was when I was at Oak Ridge National Lab and he was at University of Tennessee. I got introduced to him through his professor. We have never loved each other, but never looked back since. No, I'm just kidding. And then he moved with me to Boston when I moved to Northeastern. He was my first PhD student at Northeastern. There were other PhD students elsewhere, but at Northeastern, he was the first PhD student. He could have been a very good climate data scientist. He was. So one of his first research papers was highlighted by the journal Mother Nature, no less. And this was about, when he found out that despite global warming, he was not doubting global warming, just to make sure that we all understand that. But he said, despite global warming, we'll have persisting cold snaps. Persisting meant less, much less frequent, but the ones that do happen will be as intense and potentially more intense and more longer duration. I think who was telling me yesterday, Jack, he's not here right now, but he will be at some point, but that I have been observing in Boston, and that's exactly what I find. That you won't believe. Anytime that happens, we don't have a cold snap, and then we do get a strong cold snap. I'll get a text or an email from Evan. More citations, ha ha ha. So anyway, with that huge promise, he comes to me, and his dissertation work was, I think, excellent in terms of physics-guided uncertainty quantification. If you haven't looked at that, please do. In climate kind of world, climate extremes. But he comes to me and says, and I think this part he claims he has forgotten. So he comes to me and says, Arup, you do all these things, all these assessments, all these signs and all this stuff, and you talk to these news people. You don't really do anything, do you? I said, yeah, that's a good point. So what do you want me to do? He said, well, don't solve anybody's problems. Get to the real world, man. I said, yeah, that's a good point. So then he said, and then I said, yes. He said, okay, the way you're nodding your head, the standard Indian nod, it means you're not going to do anything. So then he said, okay, I will do it. So then the two, so he started he founded his startup. He was gracious to include me as a co-conspirator. So that's where he started. And then he got somebody else called Colin Sullivan, also Northeastern computer science grad. And that's where the it was then our climate data analytics startup. And we, very interesting ideas with physics, machine learning, not machine learning, data-driven sciences, physics and all that, potentially some machine learning, but overall, and how to bring all the things that we know from climate, whether it's sea level rise, whether it's other change, including the uncertainty, into here's what it means for risk based on exposure and vulnerability. So Todd, we are talking about risk. Todd actually is PNL based in Boston. We should have more conversations. So that's what. And there was somebody else who joined whom I really liked, Carling Hay, right? Dr. Carling Hay, multiple Nature papers from her dissertation as well. This was at UMass Amherst, right? She was, I forget, right, or the one of those. But anyway, so she, and then, it went well, except that we could never get traction initially on monetization. And, if you're a startup, it's better if you have some traction there. So, because we went to the insurance people and they always said, well, yes, we love your work, but how will we fund it? We don't want to do anything. And we went to one insurance company, I won't name them, but they used to be the pioneers. And I said, you are the pioneers. They said, that was 25 years ago. But now we have to change all our software. So we hit the exact same thing that all startups hit, and why, like Bill Gates said, Microsoft is not Google also. So then, then they found their own way. So they talked to urban muni bonds people on market. And then they say that is the group. So they talked with rating agencies and bond issuers and property, owners and so on. And they said, yes, that's where I think, the first traction was. And once that traction was there, it's a huge market. So all the way from cities to sovereign bonds. Yes, Robin, I'm aware of the time. I'm just waiting. Maybe some other people will show up.
I'm just saying.
So cities and, and then sovereign bonds of nations. So huge amount. And then he got many suitors. Who wanted to buy his stuff. So I would say he is not just from our SDS lab, but in general, one, if not the first, one of the first successful climate entrepreneurs. So he was CEO then, CEO and co-founder. Now he has a weird title like head of R&D or something. And the promising climate data scientist is now just a wannabe climate finance person or something. So with that, it's a pleasure. And he was not going to come. He said, I'm too busy. So I said, you'll get to see me in a suit. And he said, yes, I'll come. That is over to you.
All right, so Arup basically said everything, so I think that's it. That's the whole talk. Arup has been working on this what's become a really good roast of me over the years. Keeps getting better and better. Thank everybody for listening. For some of you probably have heard some of this, so hopefully it's not too duplicative. I did not make slides for two reasons. One is because if I had to make slides at my day job and tell them what I'm doing here, 7,000 lawyers would have to look at them. It's easier to just talk. And they can't really stop me from saying what I want to say when I'm talking. So I'll take you through my version of what risk was and what Arup was sort of saying. Hopefully, I don't know how relevant it will be for some of the details of the overall theme here, but hopefully everybody will get something out of it. So I started this company with Arup and Colin Sullivan in 2016. The idea was, as Arup was saying, very vaguely, I guess, probably in 2013 or 14, we started talking about climate change and the idea that there was no ecosystem of anything in the private sector, industry, whatever you want to call it, doing anything with climate change at that time. And my very vague commentary or line of thinking then was, well, any big problems in the world like the private sector gets involved with, I have a much different point on that after many years doing this, but still would tend to agree with that line of thinking. And so at the time, there was an idea of, well, why don't we see if there's some way we can do a climate change analytics-based startup? So I came from, as Arup was saying, the discipline was a fusion of statistics and working with global climate model out and trying to say interesting things about the future with that in a bunch of different ways throughout my PhD process and before that. So the thesis topic was like, how do we look at uncertainty and say rainfall extremes or something like that at a regional scale? And where that kind of led us to think about is, well, if we could say something about the probability distribution of rainfall extremes, let's say. We also know, because Arup had been working with students that he had placed in the insurance sector, and more specifically something called the catastrophe modeling industry, which serves that sector, that people do things like hurricane modeling and flood modeling, wildfire modeling, and all these things that we know have a relationship to climate change. And after a lot of discussions, we sort of realized, okay, all the models that those folks make, while they're good, they're all almost complete, at least at the time, all completely backward looking. So they use historical data to build estimates of, let's say flood risk. We'll stick with flood for the sake of discussion. So why not do something like model the change in rainfall extremes and try to partner with one of these catastrophe modeling companies or something like that, and then say something about how bad could flood look 20 years from now or 5 years from now or 10 years from now or whatever, and what are the implications for the risk around the assets that are being insured. So there's this whole ecosystem, right? So there's if you have a house, you have to, you might have flood insurance, you'll have some type of home insurance that at some level will protect against these types of extremes. And some of them are very different than, say, car insurance, where from an actuarial statistical perspective, it's a very predictable year over year for the most part. But if you're talking about weather extremes or even things outside of weather extremes, right, like pandemics, terrorism, earthquakes, things that are harder to model, estimate in terms of when it's going to happen, how bad the losses could be, whatever. And so there's this whole that's really what that whole catastrophe modeling industry serves, is the ability to at least get some statistical estimate of what the likelihood of a hurricane hitting. We always used to use this example. Savannah, Georgia hasn't seen a Category 5 hurricane maybe ever in terms of our lived experience or our settled experience in America. But it doesn't mean it couldn't happen. So how do you estimate what the risk of that is and use that to make insurance decisions? So like Arup said, we would take this kind of thesis to modeling companies, reinsurance companies, and reinsurance companies. It's not, we're getting too far into the weeds on this, but it's like insurance for insurance. So if you have a home insurance policy, almost surely you have an insurance company, but there's someone insuring that insurer, and it's just a way of spreading risk around. And there's all types of detail that could get into this. But it's worth knowing that that's going on. We would go to these companies and talk about the idea of climate change and climate change modeling and bolt it onto a CAT model and say, okay, really your risk is growing and you could experience 5% more losses than, or 10% more losses than, based on historical data. We raised NSF small business grant funding based on that idea, which was, if anybody here ever wants to start a company, I would highly recommend going the NSF grant route versus going straight to venture capitalists and all that good stuff for a whole bunch of reasons. Anyhow, they liked that thesis. We had a ton of discussions. We spent like 2 years banging our head against the wall trying to figure out how to build a product and sell it into that space. And the long story short is essentially realized at some point that the thing to focus on is more of like incentives and why anybody would or wouldn't care. So in the insurance sector, it's very simple in some sense. In the insurance sector, everything, very few exceptions, is just done on an annual basis. And so you talk to people that were technical that work at these places and they love what we were trying to do. Everybody believed that dealing with climate change is important at some level. But in reality, there was no reason that they would pay us to do this modeling, because the year over year decision making has a lot less to do with the actual risk that's going on and more about the fact that insurance is very commoditized and sort of a year over year lever that they have to change their business. So in reality, what would happen is like Hurricane Katrina happens. There's a ton of economic losses, not to mention all the human suffering and everything that happened. And sort of oligopolistically, I suppose, everybody raises their prices at the same time to recoup those losses. And then year over year, if it's not a big enough disaster year, those prices go back down as insurers are competing for market share. So it's by the design of the fact that no insurers are really locked into providing coverage for longer than a year, it's not really, there's no real incentive to send the signals that might force people, or communities, or businesses, or whatever to adapt. So prices would get cheaper, and then Hurricane Sandy would happen, and they go up again. And so, and this cycle continued. After we spent a couple years trying to chase that and realizing that we took a step back, we brought on a couple other smart people and started thinking about this more as like a follow the money type thing. And so that's how we ended up in what Arup was talking about briefly around this idea of municipal bonds. So let me demystify what that really means here. So municipal bonds in the US, and there's a international equivalent, but I know the US the best, so I'll talk about that, and then I'll maybe briefly touch on how this works, how it's different internationally. The US, for a whole bunch of reasons, some are good and some are not, in my opinion at least, is cut up into like maybe 36,000 different types of entities that access the US municipal bond market as a means of financing general ongoing concerns or building local infrastructure. So the 36 whatever thousand entities, that's cities. If I'm trying to sort of say it quickly, it's just cities, but in reality, it's also school districts, hospitals, counties, states, water infrastructure system, water utilities, electric utilities, charter schools, retirement centers, even things that are arguably so. On the surface of it, it's supposed to be entities that are serving the public in at some level, but even things like baseball stadiums, let's say, often leverage the market to borrow capital to do it. So you can, I don't know if it's a cynical take or not, but you can think of this system as the way that US cities, entities borrow money. It's like a credit card system for them. They borrow money from Wall Street to do, for the most part, from Wall Street to do what they need to do to either just pay the bills or to build new infrastructure. So the way that they get paid back, the way that Wall Street gets paid back directly, but indirectly, is through things primarily like property taxes. So if you own a house, pay property taxes, that's going to the city, but the city is to some extent an intermediary that's then paying back that lender is credit card idea, right? But that lender is often typically a big institution or a mixture of big institutions. So Bank of America or Goldman Sachs or any of these big names you've heard of, or specialist institutions that just deal in this type of finance. So holding that thought of property values and then also just general economic output being the way that taxes are generated. So taxes basically at a local level or a state level are essentially circulating among Wall Street and a city, right? The idea that we latched onto in bringing this back to the climate problem is, okay, so if I have a system where the insurance sector is disincentivized from really taking on some of the risk. So like there are a lot of cases where at this point, this is another statistic I forgot to bring up or kind of glazed over, is like because of the way that insurance is set up and they have a 1 year sort of enter, exit or repricing type of decision time frame. Over time, there's been a systemic trend towards something that they would call the protection or insurance gap. So the vast majority by now in the US and globally of climate disasters go uninsured. And this is why, number one, there's not much of an incentive for people in that space to look at climate change, but also the insurance sector is actually part of, because of the way that they're incentivized, is part of the problem. So much of these disasters are uninsured. So if that's the case, if you're looking at property tax as a main source of repayment to Wall Street, then what that means is if a property is uninsured and it gets hit by a flood or a hurricane or whatever, or there's a sociological sort of retrenchment from wanting to live in a place that's perceived or has real climate risk, and people don't want to live there anymore, that's downward pressure on property value. And that puts the repayment to Wall Street institutions at risk. This was the thesis. So we basically built essentially the same type of thing modeling companies built for insurance, but we rebuilt that for this municipal bond use case and monetized it by selling analytics to the Wall Street lending institutions, basically. And we still do that today. So I've since been acquired, our team has since been acquired. In 2021, I work for a place called Intercontinental Exchange now, which is a huge conglomerate institution. It does many, many other things besides this. But that's essentially how we sort of made our money and continue to pay for what we do, I suppose, is to provide data primarily to this lending side of the business that's worried about the risk of repayment. So that's one thing. From a mission point of view, remember what I was saying is like this is the same system that that borrows money from Wall Street to finance infrastructure. So in many and not all cases, there's a theoretical sort of efficient and closed loop system where I have lenders that are more and more worried about climate risk over time. And so they engage with the issuers. So issuers or cities or whatever type of entity, debt issuers, the ones that borrow money, and engage with them and ask them what they're doing about climate risk. Because it's a system that's intended to enable infrastructure finance. Ideally, that's a closed loop system where you leverage that same system to borrow money to defend a city from flood or whatever the case may be for something local. That is happening in a very slow way. So a good example, if anybody's interested in Googling this and seeing it like in the flesh or whatever, is Virginia Beach. I think it was like early 2022, Virginia Beach passed a bond referendum, which means, so if you vote, right, if you're voting in Massachusetts, sometimes you'll see things that you're voting on that are actually bond referendum. They're actually, so there's somewhat of a democratic element of how this works, right? So if you go vote on whether the city should borrow money to do X, Y, Z, that actually means you're voting on whether we should issue a municipal bond to do this. So like in Virginia Beach, this happened in I think it was early 2022. They borrowed about $500 million to adapt to sea level rise. Underneath the hood of that, there was a cost benefit analysis done by Old Dominion University, proving out to some empirical extent like the benefit of doing so, which was crucial basically not only in getting the voters to approve it, but also in getting Wall Street to think this is a good idea. We'd also worked on a similar type of thing with Boston Water and Sewer Commission. It hasn't gone nearly as far as that in terms of actually making it to getting a project financed. But that's one element of the thing that we're working on. So I think I won't go on for too long because we're already a little late. I'll say two last things that I think are really important about this. One is that so like anything, right? If it's a credit-based system, city of Boston, so there's a whole system of a layer of analysis that goes into this, and there are rating agencies that Root mentioned that basically rate the credit quality. This is no different than having a credit score, right? Not really. Rating agencies that rate the credit quality of every issuer, but not every issuer. There's some masters there. But the city of Boston is a AAA rated city, so they have high credit quality, so they can borrow money on cheap terms. For those of you who, for example, are familiar with Jackson, Mississippi, I like to use this example just because there's climate stuff, but there's also social stuff there that precludes a city like Jackson from doing anything about even their basic problems of oil advisories with water. There's a lot of inequality and poverty there for historical reasons. A city like Jackson can't really access the bond market to do anything about their problems because at the end of the day, lenders think of Jackson as a risky place. So they're not going to fix their problems by borrowing money at Wall Street, or at least not that alone. So there's a sort of, when you hear the terms like structural inequality or structural racism, to me, that's where these things really come to play, is we're talking about the structures of, we have a historical precedent for why a city in a position where property values aren't very high. And as a matter of fact, related to that, there isn't enough collateral to use to borrow money to deal with problems effectively, let alone to borrow the amount of money that's going to be needed to adapt to climate change. So the system is well set up or well positioned to help a lot of cities deal with climate, even cities like Miami, where there's a ton of capital, a ton of climate risk. But there's a whole huge portion of the US that's not well positioned to adapt to climate or to even deal with just issues they're dealing with in the first place, because it's not in the interest of the lenders, which are essentially just what you would imagine. They're driven by wealth preservation and wealth accumulation. And so there's a need to, there's a big need for, really creative interventions and thinking outside of the systems that we have in place right now. Not all of that is going to happen through federal money. Not all of that can happen through philanthropy, right? There needs to be a lot more invented around these lines to actually get this across the line. So I've become pretty interested in this aspect of the problem. While the good news is, like, some of this is actually starting to unfold for the cities and places in the United States that have sort of the borrowing capacity, the property value base to do something about it. So hopefully this is interesting. I'm happy to answer any questions anybody has about this. I know I threw a lot of financial language around. This is about network infrastructures, and I do have some experience doing network modeling. I've done none of that at this job. It's far more complicated than any of our clients would know what to do with it, at least for now. But hopefully it'll be useful for everybody. I don't know, at some level.
Start even maybe to get things warmed up with a few questions. So Intercontinental Exchange, you said that's the company that owns the New York Stock Exchange, right? So how does your business, I mean, your old business where you were something interesting like a CEO versus now where you're head of R&D, but for that entire thing and you're growing, right? That particular, but within this new company, which is more focused on exchange, right? Data exchange, New York Stock Exchange. How does that mesh in? What have been your growing pains? What have been the opportunities to whatever extent you can discuss?
Yeah. Growing pains. So the New York Stock Exchange, this is a bunch of publicly traded companies, including like a lot, but including ExxonMobil, for example. What that really means in terms of how it's changed my day job is it's mostly made it a lot harder for me to write down certain things that I'd like to say. Because nobody wants to, it's a very risk averse in like a organization centered way. It's a very risk averse business in the sense that even they would rather preserve what's going well and take risks on doing something really innovative and saying something that might at some level create the risk that ExxonMobil delists and goes over and lists with a different stock exchange. So that's something that's a growing pain that's been sort of unavoidable and get used to over time. But on the flip side, for the most part, it's one of the few. What we have is one of the few growth businesses that a large, that within a large company, and so we basically get left alone. Other than that, to do what we want to do and partner with people doing interesting things in academia on top of building and selling products to clients that are interested in doing different things around these types of spaces. It's a lot easier. It's a lot easier in a way to focus on. So doing a startup, a lot of your time ends up being spent on just keeping the lights on, whatever that means. And it means a different thing every day. In the current job I'm in, it's a lot easier to focus, but I'm not focused on dealing with lawyers and things like that. To focus on content, research, and stuff like that. So it's two sides to the coin.
So let me ask one other question. Oh, sorry, I just one other question, and then you can then I'll really stop. So yesterday, since you mentioned about this connection with what you're talking about, networked infrastructure under climate extremes, NICE, etc. Networked in this case, it could mean that things like railroads or things like installations, facilities like airports, where things are connected internally but also externally, and they all help to build resilience. But ignoring that for a minute, it's just interdependent systems. or components or subsystems, which then form the system. Yesterday, we had an interesting discussion where some weird guy asked, where is networks not useful? And I think Thilo said one interesting comment, which is it's useful everywhere. How can you say it's not useful? And then somebody else said, well, here are the limits. So just thinking of that as interdependence across many different systems, subsystems, whether it's finance, whether it's climate, whether it's El Nino impacting something elsewhere, whether it's, roads, rails, impacting accessibility, whether it's finance systems being interconnected. What are your thoughts on that? And then I'll stop, and Ayushi, please go ahead. Your question after that.
Yeah. When I said that, I think I meant like in the very narrow version of like, if we were to do so something like what I know some of the so looking at a network and looking at the vulnerability of analyzing the system's ability to recover and stuff based on that. Just back in the day, I don't know that people would know what to do with that in the specific niche world, but I would definitely agree that everything is interconnected in the sense like, so very high level example. There's a strong connection that hasn't manifested yet between the US's overextended debt and its credit rating on its ability to, so like there's in this muni bond world, right? A lot of times what I'll hear is, well, it doesn't seem to matter if there's a hurricane because no city ever goes bankrupt from a hurricane or a flood or whatever, because FEMA will just come in and bail out the city anyway. Which has historically often been true for the high profile stuff. It's not always true. There are lots of smaller places that are quietly going bankrupt that just aren't super, like that Wall Street is already kind of divested in the first place. So that comes back to the inequality stuff I was talking about. But in terms of sort of this interconnection idea, FEMA won't necessarily always be able to, the US's sort of financial position globally hasn't gotten better. And eventually what could happen is that programs like the National Flood Insurance Program are already functionally bankrupt, but have been bailed out multiple times, which means the US Treasury borrowing and overextending itself. So point being, like, there's a connection between, the US's position globally and whether there's bailout money, quote unquote, after disasters in the first place. And then, this, I'm saying about 36,000 different, the US is cut up into 36,000 different investable units. Well, one interesting thing that we have data on that I don't really think anybody else does is like sort of geospatial connection between the investable units. So like you have a school district, 40% of municipal finance is about school districts. But like the US is cut up into 14,000 of those, and they're all within states. States also borrow money. So there's a relationship between the politics or the financial approach that a state takes and the ability for a school district to access capital. So maybe strangely, Texas is a great example of a state that does this pretty well because they have this idea of like a credit backstop. So like if you're a for school district, so if you're a school district, you can more easily borrow money from Wall Street in Texas than you can in, say, maybe another state like, I don't know, most other states, frankly. If you're a poorer school district in another state, it's harder to borrow money because you're doing it just based on your own property value base. That's it. In Texas, you have a backstop where the state guarantees repayment. And so even if you have a school district with a lot of poverty, you can still leverage that backstop. And so there's an interconnection there. So all these things are sort of related in these interesting ways that end up shaping like what the US and the world really looks like. And it does, and I wouldn't know how to analyze that in the sort of traditional network science type of way. But it does play out and sort of shapes how everything looks around us.
Thank you, Evan. I think we have three questions. Ayushi first, then Thilo, and then August.
Great talk. I was curious if you were to make your risk product again, knowing what you know today, would you still stay with municipal bonds or would you go with another financial innovation? Not sure which would apply, but I was just curious.
Can you please repeat the question? Evan just read?
Yeah. Ayushi's question was, would I basically, like, if we were to start risk again, would you do it? Would you focus on municipal bonds or would you focus on something else? The simple answer is it worked real well, so I'd do the same thing, but, there is just to give you our sense of logic there. We did get pushed in a lot of different, we did get we had, people try to nudge us in certain directions. So like we had some prospective clients tell us like, well, we're not going to buy this until you've done exactly what you're doing for the US, but do it for the whole globe. The reason we picked a US application was for a few reasons. One was a system that we could understand, and there was an incentive for buy that data that we figured out. That's probably the biggest reason. But the second biggest reason was you try to do all this across the globe, but every country's so different. The data sources to do it the same way are all different in terms of just types of data, quality of data. It's just a much bigger problem for a small company to try to solve right away. So yeah, that's why we started with one application. When Intercontinental Exchange bought us, they bought us with the idea of like, okay, now go repeat what you did in the US across the globe. So that's what we're doing now.
So I think we are Thilo and then August. And since Dave has walked in just now, he's the surprising person. So at some point, Evan will ask you about what is the biggest surprise you've ever encountered, but we'll come to that. Thilo, August, and then surprise.
Yeah. So in the big picture theoretical building of how free market economies are supposed to work, right? The idea is that if you can identify an inefficiency in a system, that should translate into an opportunity to make money, right? So, I mean, suppose you would be identifying places that had lower risk, then you could just sell cheaper insurances there, and in principle at least, and make money from that. But now the risks are going up everywhere. Why isn't there the kind of equivalent of short selling or so that provides adjustment? Or
There is.
Or if you could change policy, how would you change it to make this more sustainable, better functioning?
It's a great questions. Let's see. So first, I'll say we do, you mentioned the idea of a short. For those who don't know what that really means, it's a little hard to sort of grapple with the reality of what it means. But like, what it means is like you're basically betting against. There's a way to financialize the idea of betting against something. So we have a client and sort of partner we've been working with for many years. Many of you have seen the movie The Big Short, related to the housing market in 2008. This client had been not sort of the main actor, not sort of well, if you've seen the movie, the guy played, Brad Pitt was playing kind of this composite character. Brad Pitt was playing, one of his roles was playing this guy. So he was a consultant that basically designed the security, this bond that was essentially shorting the market. So saying like, I'm betting that like housing prices are going to crash, and building a thing to like make money off that if it does happen. So to your point, like he's basically trying to do that same thing now, but with the thesis that like, basically the thesis that insurance has cost in a lot of parts of the US, insurance has costed a lot less than it should have if it was calibrated to risk. But now that's finally starting to change for a bunch of reasons. And that if you were to price risk rationally into insurance, then it would basically change property value. Because if you think about it, like if you have a $3,000 mortgage and your insurance payment used to be $200 a month, and all of a sudden, which is happening in some places like Florida and Louisiana and stuff, all of a sudden it's like $1,000 a month. It basically means you can afford to own less home, and so it's a downward pressure on property value. All kinds of, I didn't get into it, but we also did do a whole bunch of work in mortgage-backed securities. And his thought is, okay, eventually there should be an open mechanism to short that. That's one thought. From a policy point of view, there's a whole bunch of different things that could be done. I mean, from an insurance perspective, one idea that's been out there for a while, which I can't imagine ever happening, is that you could tie things like flood insurance to a longer term financial thing like a mortgage, and build incentives on that to partner with your house. If even say flood insurance, which is, we're probably 10%, I think is limited by different types of analysis, only 10% of flood risk in the US is actually covered by insurance. So if you think of like what the Affordable Care Act was really meant to do at some level, it's like if everybody's paying into a pot of insurance, then it's sort of like it just gives you, there's more money in the system to deal with healthcare. And so it can overall lower costs related to a lower risk and lower cost. So like one idea could just be, all right, let the market go solve it, but mandate that everybody buys flood insurance. That's one idea. Of course, people would hate that. It's not a politically expedient thing to try to do. This is more of a long conversation of why I would say this, but a lot of the problem, if you're thinking of like, a lot of the problem in my mind is about a shortfall of available capital to do something about climate. So there's a bunch of dynamics related to this, but no, internationally and in the US, the main policy change I think that is going to have to come at some point related to like more progressive taxation. When people talk about, so like if you look at all like international climate finance, it's like, oh, we have to mobilize trillions of dollars in private capital to do everything we need to do, but it's not there. Well, that's because so many governments are so in debt, but who are they really in debt to? They're in debt to, at this point, a relatively small number of really, really wealthy people. The reason that really wealthy people invest in municipal bonds, and I didn't get into this yet, but because they don't have to pay taxes on them. So it's not out of some, generally speaking, it's not out of some desire to do something good. They just don't want to pay taxes on as much money as possible. And internationally, that tax exemption is not there. So for a poorer country in the global south, they typically have to pay a lot more in debt service. Debt service meaning like in their national budget. I think it was something crazy. It's like right now, I was just reading this quote before we started, but it was like 750 million people in the world live in places that pay more in debt interest costs than in education and public health care. That's a bigger part of their budget is just paying their creditors. And so like that is a huge, that is by far the number one reason that like we just still have lots of global poverty and inequality, and B, you're not gonna, until you change those rules or the culture and the rules around this stuff, you're just never going to be able to mobilize that private sector capital, because they still demand basically enough return on their investment to make it worth it for them. But on the flip side of that coin is, the inability of a country to meet its basic needs. And so that's really like the log jam, in my opinion, of like where the main conversation needs to go over the next 10 to 20 years is like the reality of like there's a really deep connection between wealth inequality and our ability to deal with climate at all. It's not a technical problem. It's a financial and an economic and a cultural problem.
In August, right?
Yes. Once I read these words. My question was, I want to clarify what you said earlier about how network science relates to the municipal bond market and financialization. So as I understand it, there are municipal bonds that are funding some network infrastructures. But in your experience so far, giving people on Wall Street some analysis of which nodes are likely to fail in a certain flood scenario that's too advanced for them to do anything with. So I'm wondering, what do you think it would take to get to a point where analysis of resilience of a system or of nodes that may fail will be useful to the municipal bond market?
So I'll give an example of like where. So like we did this back in the day, we did this, so the New York City basically mass transit authority, the subway more or less. We did this network analysis as a proof of concept where we actually looked at like ticket swipe data. We looked at like total revenue during like a regular period, and then we looked at how that system, like we looked at basically lost revenues from the point of time when Sandy happened. And then basically said, well, if you theoretically had, then we like followed the sort of like, okay, this like a node would be like a subway entry point, right? And we did an analysis, like a recovery analysis. We said, well, if the MTA had theoretically recovered in this way, where they like restored this critical link first, I forget what the numbers were, but it was like they would have saved 57, I don't remember what the numbers.
From $124 million to half that amount. You know why I remember that?
No.
You will not believe this, but that particular demo that you built, and I think Udit, right? You and Udit, that has been so helpful for us to get funding. Show that what we do is real. Actual Hurricane Sandy after New York after Hurricane Sandy with New York City MTA, real numbers from card swipe data, actual revenue. And even if you put some first order organizing principle like this network signed approach for recovery, you can reduce that cost to half that amount. It has been incredibly helpful to, yes, it's useful. And Sam is nodding his head because he has been in some of those meetings also with Gotcha.
Okay, great. So millions and millions of dollars. I don't know, with inflation, it's probably 500 million now, but what I was gonna say is like, theoretically, where this would become really useful is just like, from the high level of like, I'm an investor, should I buy this MTA bond or not? Like, they're just gonna buy the bond. They're just gonna buy it because the dynamics right now is like, there are a lot of people that's wealth has just exploded. Not a lot, but this wealth distribution thing I was talking about, it doesn't matter what comes out. They just buy the bond because they don't really care. It's tax avoidance, right? But if I'm the MTA and I want to adapt the climate, whatever, one thing you could imagine doing is saying, okay, we're gonna invest. We want to raise money. We want to raise more money. New York City and the MTA is very overextended. It's hard for them to raise. It's hard for them internally to raise more money because they're already how many billions of dollars of deficit or whatever it is. If they were to make the case that we want to raise money to do something about adapting to climate change, it comes back to that Virginia Beach example I'm talking about, where you make the case that like by investing in X, Y, Z, this will allow us to like, next time a Sandy happens or the next time whatever happens, we're going to save X percentage of revenues that we would have lost otherwise. And so I would say those kind of more deeper analyses are typically going forward when all this starts to mature more, will be really useful in justifying putting a bond out there to do something to adapt to climate change. And it doesn't necessarily need to be a network thing, but in this case, that might be a tool that you'd use to say like, okay, we're going to invest in this subway station because this is the critical node that needs to stay working. Critical link that needs to stay working is this area. And if we raise $100 million to do this, we're going to avoid all this revenue loss in a theoretical event. That's where this stuff could come into play, I think. That was helpful.
Yeah, thanks.
Probably been talking too long. I don't know. So any more questions or should I just get off stage?
Any other questions? Well, there was one last question from Dave that Dave didn't really ask, which is, what is the greatest element of surprise that you have faced in your work? And in general, is there a quantifiable way in your mind to measure surprise? Just a curveball, nothing to do with whatever.
I don't know. I mean, I don't know how to answer. I mean, maybe surprise of like, maybe something I've learned that was maybe not surprising now, but maybe was at the time, was like, okay, we sold the company at the end of 2021 and did really well and all that. And I had so little idea how much that had to do with just like how low interest rates were. Because as soon as interest rates went up, like big companies stopped spending money on this kind of stuff. Like they just, because you think about it, it was just like it was just like a fundamental understanding of how the world worked. Right? It was just like, oh, okay, interest rates were low, so huge corporations could just borrow money essentially for free, and that's why. So like that was part of the reason we did well. I would say we probably would have sold for maybe 1/10 to 1/20 of what we sold for back then, because interest rates are whatever they are now. It's just not cheap for big corporates to borrow money anymore. So we just wouldn't have gotten that much. Those macro type of things influence, and similarly, like the amount of capital that's now available for international climate adaptation has fallen off the cliff because the US Treasury rate went up.
So I have one comment to it, so not a question, and then we'll go to Dave. Now Dave has a real question now. But I mean, one thing is, the comment is, if you, based on your earlier success, if you were to, success in the industry, if you were to form an advisory committee and you are advising us on what to do in the risk resilience space, let's say in government, I mean, this is DoD or in other areas, airports, right? I mean, we have been to airport kind of things together. So wouldn't it be interesting to think about how do you advise that? And are there some potentially very new things, innovative things, different ways of thinking that could be brought? But that's just a comment. We'll go to Dave's question.
Yeah, it's actually not a question, but more a comment for the group. Notice his choice of words. The surprise was related to a fundamental understanding about how the world works, something we were talking about yesterday. This is not updating probabilities in the tail of a distribution, right? It had to do with a change in your mental model for even how things had been working the way they were working. Different kinds of surprise we were talking about, right? So anyway, thank you for your words.
Great observation.
Thank you so much, Evan. Our next speaker will be Dr. Kaushik Chaudhary. He is Professor of Electrical and Computer Engineering and Associate Dean for Research in our College of Engineering. While he sets up, Robin, in an announcement, right?
Yep. So
it will be very useful at some point for maybe Todd, Dave, Evan, and a few others here, right, to get together and see if we can have a conversation. Go ahead.
So I forgot to tell you guys this morning. So these are the PowerPoints that we were sent that we were allowed to print this morning. I put them in order of speakers. So front to back is in order. But Dr. Chowdhury's slides are right on the top, so you can follow along, or if you want to take notes or whatever. And then there's a couple of other speakers in here. So that's for your convenience today. Welcome.
Well, so thank you for having me here. A nice Friday, sunny day, and we are talking about gloom and doom, right? Even this picture here is about this little village probably being drowning in an oncoming flood, right? So I'm excited to.
Sorry to interrupt. It's an Air Force base.
It's an Air Force base. Oh well. You can imagine how excited I am to tell you a little bit more about other things that can happen from a communications networks point of view. And so let's get started. So I'll focus a little bit on things that can go wrong in a communications network, mainly focusing on a wireless communications network. And I'll offer some suggestions as to how we can mitigate them to some extent. And this is really a very open problem. So first, we are living in a highly connected world, and this group is I'll be preaching to the choir here, but you for all others know exactly how interconnected your transportation sector is to your industrial IoT, to other sorts of automation that you are seeing today. It is all connected to a communications network, and it's not just sending bits across, but it is also doing sensing. And more so, we are seeing an interconnected interplay between communications and sensing functions. And all of that is really the goal of your communications network. Now, within all this, in all this drama of various sectors, there is also this role of machine learning and artificial intelligence that is becoming an increasingly important role in the way networks are, or communications networks are being optimized, are being adapted to changing conditions. So what I'll point out in the next few set of ideas and visions is the role of machine learning in both offense and defense of these critical communications networks. And I'll draw some examples from my own performance in various DARPA, IARPA projects to tell you where I see the vulnerabilities happening and what can we do to safeguard. Now, when you look at a typical communications transmitter receiver pipeline. Okay, so I've intentionally structured this talk to be at a point where I really want this to be a discussion. So please feel free to stop and engage, and I'm very happy to get back and forth. So the first thing here is that you see a radio that is connected to a compute box. So this is my little radio, and a lot of the functions of the radio are happening in software these days. Okay, so it's not a monolithic hardwired which is sort of you deploy once and you forget. So you can adapt, evolve, much like your Tesla cars, right? They are, I mean, Musk says that we are an AI company now. So radios now are becoming more and more programmable, adaptable, and controllable through external cloud-based actions. So these are these compute boxes. But this is just one radio. Now you can extend this same programmability concept, take a step back and go to a network scale. So now you have across the network the same kind of programmability that you could do for one isolated radio. All of this, what we have done so far today has been to overcome the effects of the wireless channel. And we have mainly used programmability to engineer better algorithms, better signal processing methods, better distributed sensing methods to overcome the adverse effects of the wireless channel. Now, this is the physics, right? We don't change the physics of wireless propagation. And so what is really the challenge here? Right? What is it that the networks today have been optimized for? So if you look at this diagram, there is this whole signal processing sort of pipeline that is taking bits and converting them into a format that you can transmit over the air. And when you receive them, you are able to recover what the wireless channel, the havoc that the wireless channel is doing. And so what is that havoc? Let's look at the actions of what the radio and the network does. So again, bear with me, a little bit of jargon. When we transmit these bits, you can imagine that you can take these bits and map them into a so-called wireless constellation. And we are looking at a QPSK signal, or quadrature phase shift keying signal. And if nothing else, it should just suffice to say that there is a clean set of points at the transmitter side, right? So very clean set of points, and you can clearly see that. Now, when I transmit this over the channel and I receive them at the receive side, here are two radios. Look at the mess that these four clean points look like at the receiver side. And now on the receiver side, we have all these now fancy signal processing ways to recover and get back from this giant mess of these so-called constellation points back to what you would ideally like. I mean, this in some ways resembles these 4 points that you can see after a lot of these corrections, but we now have a good understanding of algorithms that can recover these individual points. So why am I laboring on all this? What I'm trying to say is that even without any other adversarial action, be it natural or be it human affected, we are already stressing the capabilities of the communications network to recover signals that are transmitted over the air. And now I'm going to add both natural and artificial reasons for further complicating this process, and then try to overcome the joint actions of the physics that we cannot change, and the other actions that some of them we can change, some of them again we cannot. All right, so I'm going to structure this in three tiers. The first is I'm going to talk at a device level. Then I'm going to talk at a network level. And then I'll talk a little bit about some external aspects like jamming and other aspects. So first is, what is the challenge at a device level in terms of cybersecurity risks? So imagine that you're at a shopping mall or you're in a busy subway station, you're watching Super Bowl. I mean, you somehow got a ticket, fine, I don't know how, but you are there in the stand. And your device is trying to connect to an access point. Now, what would ideally happen is that the access point would have what we call as a MAC ID. So call it as your social security number, right? That's the one thing that doesn't change. But now with all these software programmable radios, I can actually change some of these parameters that were otherwise not possible in monolithic hardware. Now that means I could advertise myself to be someone else, which you earlier thought was trusted, and now your device intentionally tries to connect to those sorts of devices, to the spurious devices. Okay. So there's been a lot of thought on, is there a way to create fundamental security which is unchangeable and in some way guaranteed in terms of identifying a device and mapping to what the device, what it claims to be to what it really is. There are ways to do this. I mean, there are a number of cryptographic methods to do this, but oftentimes they have limited levels of utility. So I'll give you an example here. Right. So this is a DJI M600 drone. Can't use it today for any government-funded project. I mean, this is a drone from science. Now, you would think that, hey, if I see this drone as soon as I see that the characteristic signature of the transmission of this drone, I will simply refuse to connect with it at all. But interestingly, you find that this very drone is being utilized or was being utilized at one point. This is Lieutenant General Michael Shields from GDO. It's basically an organization that tries to see threats and overcome them, defeat these threats. So this was the exact drone that was used for some hunter-killer applications that were being demonstrated at that time. This other example, I put a link there. These DJI drones were flown and they were owned by Venezuela. So hackers hacked into it. And these drones were used to go and crash on the Venezuelan president's office. It so happened that they ran out of battery and they sort of flew back and then did what they had to do at the place where they were launched. So what I'm saying is that even if you know that this is a drone, it doesn't guarantee safety, because you want to know who or which drone it is, even if the make, manufacturer, model is the same. And this could also be for various allied functions where multiple allied agencies or even countries are operating similar hardware. But you need to know exactly what that device is and know for sure that that device is functioning. Yes.
Can I interrupt for 1 second? So it's talk of a boomerang drone, right? But is there a way, so in addition to the hardware, in terms of the software, I mean, are these things not controlled a little bit in near real time, Kalman filters, anything else, so that they have to come back and actually do damage from where they lost?
So you would give it a sort of a path plan. So you would go and it'll do its job and come back to you.
No self-correction based, okay.
Well, I'm sure we could do it now with this knowledge. We should do this, or no, not we, but whoever. But I think what they said is that go drop your payload and come back. But they ran out of battery and it came back because it was a directive that said if you run out of battery, go back to your origin, and then whatever blast happened, at the location where they were initially launching it. Unfortunately. All right, so a lot of focus has been on cryptography so far, but oftentimes they consume a lot of energy and they're at a higher layer. And so one thought here is to look at a physical layer solution. That means look at an underlying fingerprint of a transmitter that never changes. And where does that come from? So there are a lot of process variations when you manufacture a device. And because of those process variations, there are certain, unequal mismatches, different gains of these different electronic components that impart a certain signature to a transmitter. So even if it advertises to be a certain ID, its inherent characteristics might reveal it to be someone else. And so what does that fingerprint looks like? Here are some examples. This is a classic transmitter chain, and you see in phase and quadrature phase imbalance, you see phase noise, you see harmonics. So even if you don't follow exactly what these individual metrics are, but all what you see is the effect on the constellations. They are being stretched, they are being rotated, they are being pulled farther and compressed. So all of these give rise to a fingerprint. And the idea is that could we detect these fingerprints as an underlying assurance that this device is what it claims to be? And so we have done a lot of work on designing these deep learning models that look at incoming signals and learn on them to identify who is exactly that is transmitting without looking at IDs and other cryptographic methods and trying to give some sort of assurance of the emitter.
So again, and since you said it can be interactive.
Yes,
so,
please.
And there are not many people I can ask such questions. I can. So this deep learning thing, is it just there because it's cool or no, I'm just kidding. But because it had to be deep as opposed to shallow, or because it couldn't be some other kinds of learning, like some online learning? So
No,
your insights on that.
that's a great question. So here's the thing. If I knew exactly what the fingerprint was, then I would not be using any learning model at all. I would be looking at, I would try to look at probe for the phase noise and look at how much constellation shift is happening and then say that. The problem is that the net signature is a combination of all these different individual fingerprints. And for that, I don't have a good model about it. For that reason, I use deep learning methods.
You said combination of all other. Is there a possibility of, to Dave's point, surprise, where it is a new kind of signal?
Absolutely. So it could be that you could have some of these shifts that you're seeing change with time, change with, say, the age of a device. Those are gradual shifts. But there could also be a new device that has entered somehow. And we call those as, all these outlier detection, continuous learning problems. So we look at a new class and we learn. All these are exactly the problems that this community faces when you're trying to do fingerprinting on devices. So one other way to do this is for the receiver to tell the transmitter, all right, I can see you have some natural fingerprints, but go and distort your signals a little bit further and now become more discriminative to me. And so that loop back might help to make it a little bit more robust to noise and to changing channel conditions if you have that feedback, if that opportunity exists. So we have a lot of work on this topic, but I just wanted to give you this concept, and you can always refer to this link for a number of these different topics. But basically, we are trying to look at using deep learning methods, especially this convolutional neural networks, to identify a device. And there are lots of other pre-processing methods you can do. We can do data augmentation. We can do some partial equalization of the channel where we correct parts of the distortion of the channel, but not that from the transmitter side. It's a little bit risky because you might erase the natural fingerprint of the device as well. So you have to do it very carefully. So that's at a device level. I'm going to move on to a network level and talk to you about, we are all talking about 6G. In fact, there's a 6G event every month. And, I see on LinkedIn that, glad to be part of this visionary 6G thing. And if you could do it, if you didn't do it last month, you have another chance to do it next month, right? So that's how active this whole thing is. But there's one piece that we are concerned about. So the US is locked in a race to build its own next G cellular infrastructure, which doesn't rely on certain foreign companies. If you look at it, we have great indigenously developed technology, but we don't have wireless communications vendors that are native to the US. Okay. And that creates various issues in terms of national security looking ahead. So no secret, right? The US government has invested a lot of money through the CHIPS Act in building out capability for a more open programmable cellular infrastructure. And one of the ways to do this is what they call as open radio access networks, or Open RAN. Okay. Now, this is the classical traditional RAN. You have all these RAN, by the way, radio access network, right? So you have all these individual vendors who you're buying boxes from, and they are all boxes that you can't peep into. Okay? So the operator, your Verizon, your AT&T, or your T-Mobile here, they have no option but to just buy this, install it, and rely on the vendor to hopefully the box does what it's supposed to do, upgrade it the way the vendor wants it to do. But now, as you go from the left to the right, you find that there is now a disaggregated architecture. So the functional elements are no longer locked into one vendor box, but they are spread out. And it's like your classical communications network. Each such layer can be independently switched and flipped. And you can now adapt it without being constrained by one monolithic box. It's also open. That means now newer operators, sort of newer small businesses can come in and start to offer contributions. Now you can say, yes, that removes the lock-in of a vendor, and the US now becomes a little bit more capable and stimulates independent innovation through small business efforts. But the issue is now, once you have a disaggregated and highly programmable surface, you have many threat vectors that are now spread over that surface. And so there is a great enthusiasm in pushing this technology forward, but there needs to be, and there hasn't been so, an equal amount of enthusiasm in trying to make sure it is secure across the surfaces. So I'm going to give you some quick examples. So we have done, we run these large scale open RAN networks in our labs on the NSF Coliseum emulator. And so one of the cool things there is that we can do now various sorts of actions which were not possible before. So for example, I can identify what kind of network traffic is being delivered without explicit signaling from the handset to the network base station. That means I can recognize that there is broadband traffic or ultra reliable low latency traffic or machine-to-machine communication traffic without explicit signaling from the handset. You might say, what's the big need? What's the big need of that, right? It means that if for some reason I have maybe an external impact on my available spectrum, I'm squeezed into a limited resource, I can identify and prioritize the kind of traffic that makes most important in the scenario that we are in. And you can imagine a number of adversarial scenarios why you might want to detect specific kinds of traffic and prioritize them over the others. There is also a lot of interrelationship between what you do at the network side and the effect at the receiver side. Now, let me give you an example. Imagine that I have an ongoing transmitter and then a transmission from a handset to a cellular tower, and an interferer comes in and steps up its interference. That's what you see, these little black icon there. Now you have a couple of options. You can increase your transmission power, thereby reducing the effect of the interferer, but that might also result in you creating interference with other nodes of your own vicinity. So you can't take an isolated action. Now, you could say, what else can I do? Well, you could, instead of increasing your transmission power, decrease what you call is your choice of modulation and coding scheme. So in other words, lower your modulation scheme, thereby make your transmissions more robust to reception, but you don't increase your transmission power. What's the flip side? You lower your modulation scheme. That means you're transmitting less bits per symbol. That means you're lowering the amount of information you're relaying, but you are not causing interference to someone else. So these are continuous optimizations that we need to do in an interconnected world. And so again, we have some very interesting demos, which I can't show you in the interest of time, that you can tune the knob of the interference, you can tune the knob of your transmission power, and you can see that the interrelationship effects and come up with a policy or a strategy that allows you to do this effectively. Now, I'm going to point out two important problems here, right? The two problems in these disaggregated networks. So first of them is, as you can see at this side, let me put this here in fact. So right at the bottom, so leave out the jargon, right? So network engineers and these, we just love jargon, and there's a bunch of these abbreviations that you don't need to bother. But here is the issue. You have an underlying software-defined system, a radio front end, and then the rest of the communications network. Now, because this is all in software and this is disaggregated, these incoming signal samples can pass over a switch as it goes further up into the rest of the cellular stack. Now, what is stopping an external entity from simply retrieving those same signals over this compromised switch and knowing and getting to know underlying some more underlying information even before it has reached to your base station? You can really create a lot of havoc with timing and with overhearing and things like that. Another really important piece here is that we are all excited with the vision of 6G when it comes to, here are these machine learning models that can tune the operations of your network. And these machine learning models reside in what you call as a radio intelligence controller. And here are what we call as XApps. Similar to your apps on the phone, but these are XApps, which are often machine learning based, and they control the RAN actions. Now, there could be malicious XApps that does something to the network that you didn't expect it to do. And worse, there are very sophisticated models where some of these XApps could also coordinate with an external entity, like a jammer, which is trying to adapt its jamming actions, and this XApp, which is distorting some of the network feedback. Thereby, you cannot even detect that the jamming is happening because the way the KPIs are being distorted. So there's a lot of exciting open questions on how to identify such malicious XApps or machine learning models that are controlling RAN actions, even from within. The last piece I want to just I'll have maybe two more slides on this is all of this is about at a device level security and then at a network level security. And then there's an external world that you cannot control. For example, here is an example where there are multiple drones that are hovering. So this drone is communicating to this receiver down here. An interferer steps up. And what this drone does is that it gets some of the others together. And it does a sort of a coordinated distributed beamforming down, and it overcomes the effect of the interferer, and this frame error rate goes back down again, as you would expect, because it's a coordinated action of multiple transmitters. But this is something beneficial, right? You want to increase the signal strength by overcoming that of the interferer. You could also do it in an adversarial manner. You could have multiple of these drones flying around, which could increase interference. And it is hard to bring down one because it's a distributed system. And so predicting where such an attack is going to come, being able to come up with robust defense measures, especially against these sorts of distributed jamming attacks, is very novel and unique, which is going to come up because now we have these platforms that can do all this. The last examples I'll give you, and some of these I have to just thank PNNL for giving us these tough tasks as part of our IARPA program that we ran. In fact, the task was so tough that we were out after phase one. So, but they have the systems and the ability to generate rich data sets which would benefit this community as a whole. Now, here is an example where there's a noise-like spread spectrum signal hiding behind your LTE or 5G signal, okay? You can detect this with your naked eye. This is spectrogram, time and frequency. But this one is a little bit difficult. Maybe I should not have shown you that box and asked you to tell me where the spectrum is. But so these sorts of hidden surreptitious signals are being increasingly seen. And we need methodologies to be able to detect these that are hiding behind your regular cellular signals. Here's another example of radar. So You might not be able to detect radar with your naked eye here, but now with machine learning methods, we can detect these faint radar signals, again, hiding behind your classical LTE and 5G band. So there's a lot of interest going on in the presence of anomalous signals in existing communication signals. Just the last few thoughts on where could be open problems. First is we need to invest energy and time in designing a threat analysis network, a threat analysis framework that is probing multiple touch points of a disaggregated system. And it is not just the communications network, but you could imagine that a disruption in the power supply or fluctuations in the power supply suggests something is going to happen in a disaggregated system. So knowing that here's a supply that is feeding my radio intelligence controller modules is something telling, because that is what is going to then determine the actions of the communications network. So there's a lot of interconnections that we should be looking at there. Let's see. I think my this is I think rightly frozen because I've probably just exceeded my time limit.
Someone's jamming you, I think.
I see. So what do I do? So restart. Yeah. Yeah.
I think the president of Venezuela may have something to do with it.
Well, I just have I think 2 more slides, but you know.
While Santiago is helping with the slide, if you have any questions, please feel free to
I
ask.
have, yes, so what is the success rate of that detection in the first part of your talk?
The fingerprinting problem, okay, so we could detect with 99.99% accuracy about 100 to 500 devices, okay? But this was a DARPA given data set. But the problem that happened was that we could do this on train and test on same day. Train on one day, test on another day, 10 days after, considerably reduces the accuracy. So what we then did is that if you give me the guarantee that multiple of these input samples come from a same device, then I can reach back to that original success rate. But if you tell me that I'm going to give you one sample and tell me for that one sample at random where that what device it comes from, we are back to around 50, even lower.
Had a question about the distributed jamming example you were showing. Very nice, the video as well there. So in that context, is it, and there was a team or a team of those autonomous aerial vehicles, right? So is the logic oftentimes more like, you know, there's this notion of a leader and followers where it's like follow the leader type of, you know, logic, or where, you know, one of these could be, they suddenly become autonomous, or there could be an autonomous mode that they operate in where, you know, well, in certain conditions, maybe, especially when they're in denied communication type settings, that they can kind of, you know, where they're unable to communicate or interact with other team members, where, you know, they sort of, their own, like, you know, internal decision logic takes over versus, you know, being able to follow instructions or even receive instructions. Just curious, like what kind of like modalities?
In this one, we actually were looking at this. So we were looking at how would you defeat that kind of a swarm problem, right? One way to defeat this is to simply cut off the GPS signals, and then I would need a very precise timing synchronization method, because without timing, I cannot do phase constructive interference at the source. So what you saw there required us redesigning a system as we're using an adversarial hat, where these drones have their independent notion of timing. So if that is cut off, we switch to our independent notion of timing. So, but your broader question is very fair, right? It is, how do you, I mean, can they autonomously operate in a more limited setting without directives? So that example you showed, it doesn't need any back and forth from a central unit. But it makes it all the more difficult for us to foil such an attack, because there's no back and forth communication. There's localized communication in this one.
I have one other question while they're still fixing Venezuela. Lena, are you there? Lina, or I don't know, I mean, I see her on the screen.
Dr. Sela, are you?
Lina Sela?
Yeah, I'm here. I was just trying to
great.
unmute.
Great. So I was just thinking, and I was asking Pooja, who works in water resources on a PhD, some of this kind of work, broad kind of work that Kaushik just presented, communication networks. I mean, you work in water distribution networks, and we'll hear from Lina at some point. If we think about interdependencies, and people talk about many different interdependent lifelines, networks, just wanted to get both of your perspectives on communications and what we talk about it, but what are the real, I mean, are there real interconnections, interfaces that you see?
Let Lina go first.
So just by way of introduction, Lina, I don't exactly saw when you joined. Kaushik is electrical engineering here at Northeastern, our associate dean of research. Lina is at UT Austin in civil environmental, working with water distribution networks. Please.
Yeah, sure. Hi, everybody. So my work is not focusing on cybersecurity per se specifically, but to the best of my knowledge, I think most of the utilities today are managed separately. So I think they're kind of handling their own thing, and I'm not entirely sure, or I haven't seen a lot of evidence of those issues being handled across different utilities. I don't know if that's the case on your end, but that's what I've seen on the water side.
Let me maybe make an attempt here because look, the first thing is I was already seeing this, but a lot of communication network rely on backup generators. Okay, to run backup generators, you often need diesel fuel. That needs the communications network. So there is some connection there. So right now, if you ask any operator, what's your biggest problem? They'll say energy consumption on the network. So any disruption to the grid that allocates energy or power will dramatically degrade the communications network. So operators would have to scale back from using multiple sectors down to fewer and fewer sectors. They have mechanisms to overcome it and have a natural degradation, but it is still a degradation. So power, smart grid, direct effect on your towers. Transportation network effect on your backup power. A lot of these, traffic analysis relies on signaling from your towers to your handsets. So if your communications network is disrupted, on the other side, your vehicular traffic is also impacted because now no longer do you have a good measure of traffic and things like that. We're talking about disaggregated networks, right? So you have some piece which is sitting in a cloud, some piece which is sitting in your own server, some piece there. So that's the way the future of networks are being designed. So no one person owns everything, right? So now is the question as to what if you do a denial of service attack on compute resources in a cloud? Who would have thought that is going to affect your cell phone reception in your hand? And there's I could just go on with these sort of examples, but the more I attend talks like these workshops like these, I see these connections that are becoming increasingly important.
So at some point, we'd love to talk, Lina, with you and Kaushik with you and others who work here on transportation. Sam, you do, and others do. And Leonardo, kind of water and power. Try to see if there is at least a community can be motivated even initially. Perspectives and such, because everybody talks about interdependent and all that, but what it really means, there are only very few examples, but thank you so much. Meanwhile, I think, yes.
I just have two more slides, which are very, so one of the thought is that we should design a unified threat modeling network, which is multimodal in every sense. One way we can do this is to create digital twins for that emulates both the physical environment as well as the communications environment. And so there are some tools that we have designed as well that creates, you just give it a coordinate, it pulls out OpenStreetMaps creates a 3D propagation environment and then emulates a network in that environment. And so, for example, if there is a natural disaster, right, it changes the propagation of these wireless signals, which we can model in the twin, feed back into the network design and see how the network is going to behave at that point in time. So we can do these sorts of predictive modeling in twins, also real-time adaptations and tuning. So that if this were to happen now, what if I change my network in so and so manner? What is going to be the effect? So we can study these in more controlled settings. And then finally, just a thought here is that don't think of networks as purely your ends, communication service tasks. So think of networks as, or communications networks as the world's largest distributed sensing framework that is spread out across the country. And if now you can sample intelligently spectrum and run your signal analysis models, run your propagation models, etc., across all these thousands of base stations, you have a nationwide network of sensors. And what you can do with that is just amazing. And we have not even thought of this. And one example is that we can detect aerial radar or naval radar by using these base stations. We don't need separate sensors along the coastline. You can do so much more, even to detect an advent of adversarial or natural disaster by using this network of cellular base stations. With that, I'll stop here. Advices and visions are always easy, right? It's doesn't cost much, but it will take a community to build some of these solutions together. I'm very happy to engage in that kind of conversation. Thank you.
Hey, just one thing. Could you take 30 seconds and tell them about the sensor on the hand project?
Yes. So I think what Robin is referring to was, so this was a project that was funded earlier, really by ONR. ONR. And what we were trying to do is use capacitive and galvanic coupling to sense the environment. So I'll give you an example. Your body is an excellent conductor. Okay, so you can send physiological signals from implants in your body all the way through your human tissue and hand and pick it up at the fingertips without radiating outside. So that's what's basically we send weak electrical signals using galvanic coupling. So that was the part of communication, and the sensing part was that these sensors could also be capacitive in a sense that if you come across a large metallic surface, who knows, maybe a weapon carried by someone behind the wall and you can't see, those capacitive sensors could identify where that object is and inform you that there is something behind that you cannot see. And so it's a combination of capacitive and galvanic communication that created a very rich framework of intra-body sensing and communication.
Thank you so much. I know it doesn't have anything to do with climate or weather, but I was the project manager on that project. I was fascinated every time he presented. So if you guys have any questions, you can reach out to him about that.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Kaushik. Very interesting. And yes, I mean, this is climate and weather is something that has been dominating, of course, because of like DoD's DCAT interest as such. But this is about networked infrastructures under compound extremes. That is what this project is. So I think this was extremely relevant. Our next speaker, are we okay? Santiago? Okay. Our next speaker is Ardeshir Contractor. And Ardeshir is a serial entrepreneur in India and the US, and he's an academic leader, IIT Bombay and Ohio State University. And currently, we are very grateful to have him at AI for Climate and Sustainability in our Institute for Experiential AI. He is the director of research in AI Forecast. Ardeshir, when you are ready.
Well, I didn't realize I'm taking up your coffee break.
No, I was just gonna make an announcement. We're not gonna have a coffee break. So if you guys want to
Yeah, but if you want to have coffee, I have no
step
problem.
back and get
It's
coffee
a little
and
distraction.
help yourself because we're woefully behind.
So while we are just waiting on that, then so one of his major accomplishments, I think this was the first or second, I don't know, but in terms of there was a large solar manufacturing unit in India, right, which was sold off.
Solar energy generator.
Solar energy. I mean, he'll talk more about that, but which made a big splash when it was sold off. And I think who was it who bought it? The Hindujas, right? Yeah. Anyway, I'll let him talk about. So Ardeshu, thank you so much for your time.
Ashish, there's a clicker somewhere? No.
Spacebar, spacebar.
Yeah, that's the thing.
So thank you. So when Arup asked me to talk, what we're doing in the energy area. So I did change my presentation for the audience and recognizing that what SERDP NICE is doing. I did have the opportunity to attend the symposium in, I think, November. When we were in Washington, DC for the SERDP, and that was my first exposure. And I therefore was able to attend a lot of the energy and get some connections and ideas. So what I'm going to talk to you is the research that we are working on towards climate resilience attached to the energy transition. We are in the process of establishing a sizable initiative called Initiative for Climate Resilience for Energy and Sustainability Technologies. And we call it ICREST. It's going to be located at the Rue Institute in Portland under the banner of the EAI, the AI Institute. And its model is very similar to a NSF IUCRC. I assume most of you are familiar with the NSF IUCRC. And I'll explain to you why we've taken this model, okay, for doing research. It will bring in industry partners, faculty from Northeastern, and research partners, including PNNL, Patel, and others that we have in Purdue University, that we want to, which will come together to support this. In terms of areas, this is where the departure comes from what we normally talk about when we talk about energy. We talk about grids, we talk about generation, we're worried about downtime. This initiative or center is focused on technology. So it's looking at the innovative side of the energy transition. It's spending more time to focus on things like grid battery systems, but really the innovation in grid battery systems, new battery materials, novel thermal storage, long duration energy storage, and things like cool conductors for transmission. We want to see the effect of climate extremes, resilience, prediction, how it affects performance, and then when things go down, how do you really accomplish recovery? A big area right now in the energy transition is the whole direct air capture, carbon removal, highly exposed to climate extremes. And we are worried about things like performance really at this stage, because this is not mission critical. If a carbon removal plant goes down, it does not mean the city won't have lights or a defense program cannot. But it does make a huge difference in terms of climate extremes. Then going back to photovoltaics, which is, as you know, become the dominant source of renewable energy really around the world, and looking at startups, trackers, and I'll give you data about how innovation has seeped into all of these areas. Again, we're looking at reliability, resilience, performance, and then an area that I personally have been working on for many years before this at Ohio State is the whole areas of battery thermal management for electric vehicles, and then the interplay that has with the climate extremes. So, always nice to see 2023 jumping up. But as you can see, investments have gone. If you look at the 2023 bar, even small lines like carbon capture, CCS, and hydrogen are now looking like colors. Once upon a time, it used to be 99% renewable energy and EVs and everything else, but now they're popping up. And really that's because of the IRA, right? Which has really pushed forward investments and new manufacturing and new technologies ever since they have given the support. So this is number of facilities, not by volume, it's by volume, not value. But month on month, the new electrolyzer companies, new wind companies, new solar, EVs, batteries. And it's led to much of this has happened not necessarily in the big traditional companies, but a lot of them are startups. We have 1,000 startups building new innovative technology. So that is a problem, right? When you want to do research about climate, there is no, this work of research is not a body of work that's available in the public domain. It's not available in academia. It's done by stealth startups all over the place. If you look at their websites, they're very guarded about what they're doing. They'll tell you what they're doing, but they will not tell you really what's behind that. You'll find very few publications. So how then do you create an ecosystem where this becomes such an important part of the energy transition world going forward? And how do you worry about their exposure to climate extremes and others if they are really not unregulated, but not in traditional mainstay energy, which we've been used to, grids and power plants and gas plants and others. So let's take up each area. Let's start with battery energy systems. As you can see, the amount of grid scale systems that are being deployed is now considerable. I know many of us still think that grid scale batteries are there. They kind of support certain states that have a lot of renewable power, California, New York, but actually there is a lot of battery ES investment that has gone in. At the same time, people are alive that lithium is not the answer to everything. So there are many new battery technologies. Now, as I'll show you in the next slides, lithium has a problem of catching fire, okay? And so therefore, zinc and iron are like, okay, we don't catch fire. Lithium, when it catches fire, the problem with the lithium fire, as I'll show you, is that it is self-oxidizing. So it'll burn and burn and burn. You cannot put it out with a fire extinguisher. The only thing you can do with a lithium fly is let it burn. It's like really polluting. How do you do this? In fact, in New York, they had to change the fire code, how to deal with a lithium fire. Don't use an extinguisher. So many companies have started looking at new batteries, and these batteries are actually being installed. So that's a background over here. So typically batteries, if they cross 200 degrees, they will start a thermal runaway. 200 degrees is not centigrade, it's not a very high temperature, especially for an operating environment for a battery. So the external climate, if it comes up heat, can actually create a situation, which is what happened in New York. In summer, you had 3 fires. So you high temperature heat waves, it stresses the cooling system, and that the runaway can only be a fire, it can even lead to explosions. The funny thing in winter, flooding, excess moisture can also create a thermal runaway. So you can have the same effect of explosion in batteries in winter. So, and the problems, obviously, pollution, battery downtime, the grid gets, shaken up with a large BAS going down. Although this picture is from Australia, the big Bessie fire that happened. But there's a very good paper on thermal runaway. The numbers you see at the bottom here are in degrees centigrade. It primarily means that once you reach about 200, you have a whole sequence of different faults that start happening. And in the end, you're talking about a self-sustaining reaction, which reaches 700, 800 degrees. And you have then fires coming in. Why do these happen? People say that it's because the lithium was not processed well enough in some far off country that someone didn't process the lithium well enough, okay? But hey, in the end, the company that's putting together the battery is really an assembler. And I'll talk to you how the supply chain doesn't seem to put the responsibility on anyone, right? Is the lithium guy, is the guy who assembles it? Who's in charge of the whole thing? Where's the risk? You talk about that. But primarily, there are many mechanisms, technology that lead to fires in batteries. And there are many people trying to find new technology to circumvent it. Okay? But however, there's a rush to market. The IRA is like, please take our money and you can get it. Okay? Problem is, some of this is happening. So that people are looking at how the climate is. So while you have zinc and iron, and we are talking to one zinc company and one iron company. So what we are doing is talking to these companies and having them as part of ICREST and asking them to work with us. Not necessarily disclose everything, but work with us on the climate. And they realize this is a good forum in the alternative of any other forum where they can be, have an open discussion about resilience. So let me just move very quickly into long duration energy storage. Now, long duration energy storage for those is storage that can is much more than a UR for not something that there's a mismatch between solar and time of day, which is what most batteries do, or wind. This is required for seasonal or multi-day. And it's very important, especially for the armed forces, okay, for military installations, because if you have a situation where either because of weather or because of a military reason, you are disconnected, and you have to have the ability. So this paper actually was presented at the SERDP symposium, which is done by NREL. It's a very interesting paper. It takes Antora energy, but it could be any. Antora energy is a high thermal power battery. And then they looked at 3 different Air Force bases. And they were able to show you that the survival probability is the probability that the battery will allow 100% of the power to be available for a period. So in essence, for a period of 14 days, there is a 70% probability that the battery will support, one battery will be able to support the entire plant, assuming the plant has got, the place has been completely islanded. So that's long duration energy. Now, most of the long duration energy is really untested other than pump storage. It's new materials, new ways, and many of them, you cannot have a situation where you're going to rely on a 14-day, but which has happened because of a climate extreme, but that climate extreme then trips up that 14 days. And for some reason, that battery is not able to support you. So, let me now move to photovoltaics or generation. Photovoltaics are of concern because a lot of today's energy generation and those energy that is supporting the grid, and even in places now which are islanded, in fact, many installations are using photovoltaic as a primary source of power. In fact, it's replacing diesel, right? But the number one loss is really not, it's not due to some performance problem. It's mainly hail or any such situation. As you can see, hail really dense. So in terms of insurance losses right now, something like 70 to 80% of all claims come because of hail.
What's the 50%, like 50% of what? Do the green bars stack up to 100% if you were to add them all up? Is that what this is? You know what I'm saying?
It should, right? It should be.
Okay.
Yeah, it should be 100%. Yeah.
Do you happen to know? I'm just out of curiosity now. Do you happen to know like
The numbers?
solar losses, like out of a percentage of solar installation kind of thing?
Yeah, it's about 2%. So, but it's not just hail, okay? it's also the fact that whether it's a battery plant or a solar plant or any of these plants, we're talking about an installation that needs between 20 years to 35 years for it to be business viable. And anything that detracts it and disrupts it and creates a problem, creates a problem that lasts 30, 40 years. Not only that, it doesn't give you the magnitude of power that you want, but also it completely is a wrong investment, okay, which is as bad. And so what you're seeing today is in the US is that photovoltaics are now having problems with hot weather, very hot weather because of heat waves, and for cold waves. And I'll tell you, the analogy is that if you see, this is the hail events and hail exposure. So a good part of the US is exposed to hail. Now, once upon a time, solar used to be here. In California, Nevada, South Arizona, this used to be the solar belt, and then a lot about the Northeast states. Today, when you look at green hydrogen or any of those, all of that is bang in center because these are the big chemical states. And so when you start doing solar in those states, you're exposed to hail considerably. Now, many people say the good thing about solar, no moving parts, right? That's gone away. The trackers are now, most plants are trackers. The very few tracker plants are what is called fixed tilt. Basically, all solar plants now move. And that's also happens that the world's biggest tracker company, Nextracker, a US company, and quite happy to tell you that Nextracker is very happy to collaborate with you. We've had meetings and they will work with us as well on these issues. And so tracking snow problems would work on it. Another collaboration that we put in place, which has been long-standing, has been my own, I'm a visiting professor, is the IIT Bombay. And IIT Bombay has a long-established center called the National Center for Photovoltaics Research. And it's been monitoring photovoltaics by doing a lot of surveys. And India is a great testing ground for high temperature, high moisture, and failure mechanisms. And so what you're seeing, if I may show you, is the degradation rate goes up to sometimes 4 or 5%. If you look at the rate now, for those of you who know solar, degradation is normally supposed to be 0.75 to 0.75% a year. If you degrade 7-8% a year, would mean that in 10 years you don't have a plant, right? It's meant to degrade very little. But if high temperatures are going to cause these kind of issues, then you've got to be worried about it. And not only that, there are all kinds of different problems that come up with in the end, a material science exposed to climate extremes. Quickly moving to then electric vehicles. The problem in electric vehicles is the problem first emerges in cold weather. And it's very, very visible. You have range drops off in not 1%, 2%, but 20 to 30% range drop off, which is critical. So don't forget, we are talking right now of electric vehicles being sometimes personal electrical vehicles that you have the option to use an EV during a snowstorm or not. However, nearly 80% of all municipal buses are electric. A lot of port equipment is electric. So a lot of mission critical equipment is also now. Another problem is you can't charge. So if the battery is not at the right temperature, you're not able to charge. So this winter, if you saw in Chicago, you had EVs, Teslas being abandoned. They weren't able to charge. So they would go to the charging point and not get charged. Because if you don't tell the Tesla half an hour before that you're reaching charging point, it can't heat up the battery for it to be available to charge. And if you don't heat up the battery, you're not in a good temperature for charging, and therefore the charge doesn't work. So, in fact, Tesla now has reintroduced what is called a heat pump. So it has a heat pump for the batteries. So it cools and heats the battery. So normally you cool the battery because you have to cool down the battery when it's operating. But then when you need to charge it or you need to heat it up, you have a whole heat pump system that actually just for the battery to keep it at the right temperature. And other, Audi also has that system. So I wanted to talk very quickly about work that we've been doing in understanding new technology and of batteries as well as in the inverters of electric vehicles. So this work is being done in a place called Smart Vehicle Center at Ohio State, where I was a research IUCRC, and something called the Center for High Performance Power Electronics, where it's one of the leading centers for looking at new substances and new circuitry for power devices. And we looked at inverters from BYD, Cascadia, which is General Motors, Tesla. We looked at traditional MOSFETs, and we looked at new silicon carbide type words, which Tesla had introduced. The good thing about silicon carbide, for those who don't know, it can take high amperage, high voltage, which increases the drive considerably. Now, to give you an idea, a typical inverter, it looks pretty small. And this is what catches fire, by the way, in a car. Temperatures go up very, very high. And the thermal losses are anything between 3 to 5 kilowatts in a volume of this much. And you need to cool it down. Okay. And the entire ability to cool that down and the volume is important. At the same time, you have this big system that needs to heat it up. So you have opposing forces in an EV. Okay, you need to heat up the battery to make it charge in the cold. At the same time, you need to cool this down because this is firing. And we did a lot of work with an experimental HBS and looking at different new materials and how they're being used. If you have a short circuit in the firing of a silicon carbide power transistor, and for some reason it shorts, the inverter will blow, in microseconds. So a lot of research is done. How can we make microseconds to milliseconds? So how can we get back and save it? Again, moving out from EVs, and so direct air capture is not mission critical, like I said, but we work very closely with a company called Carbon Collect. We've been working with them. This pilot plant is at Arizona State, and we've been working with them not only to look at how to use AI to optimize, but we're working on how to bring climate predictions into the envelope. It's an Irish company, and we're working on a research program with them. So last few slides. So all sounds good, right? It's a nice professorial talk. What are we looking to achieve? So what answers do we expect through our collaborations at iCrest? We've got many companies, new startups. Luckily, the New England side has many companies that are in the entire energy space. And we've been, whether it be at Greentown, MIT, Northeastern. So what I want to understand, what is the successful adaptation and resilience systems being deployed? Who's done it? How does it work? How do operators, who uses equipment, manufacturers, assemblers plan for these climate extremes, long-term climate effects? And more importantly, like I was saying, how do you look at variability, right? It's okay to say it's going to get, next 25 years, it's going to get hotter and warmer. But if it goes in that, on the average, but what we're worried about is the peak. And if you have one huge peak and you didn't really figure it out, then batteries don't have time for averaging. They will catch fire. So how does an innovative technology that we're using adopt climate resilience into design, manufacture, reliability, and performance thinking? How do they do that? And then importantly, what supply chain management concepts would apply. Let me just show you wind energy. One energy area that has seemed to have got on top of it is wind energy. Okay? I know we had a Texas issue a few years ago about weatherization of the turbines, but on the whole, wind, because it's more traditional, I think because it's not that innovative, has been able to really bring in adaptation and climate into its, and they've been into their design operations methods continuously. So ideally that would be a standard bearer of what you want to do in other industries. Taking supply chain concepts, right? I'm a company building a battery, right? By the time I come down to the cell, what do you think is the size of the company that supplies the cell or co-designs it? It's a $20 billion company. Startup doing this, but this may be a multi-billion dollar General Motors. And so this co-design, the ability to fix this issue and worry about it in a big supply chain is also something to be looked at. I've had some startling conversations where someone who makes a catalyst will say, "Oh, I'm not exposed to the climate. I am supplying it." So it's getting everyone to realize, from the co-designer to the supplier, that you have to worry about the climate resilience. Thank you. So I'm happy to take questions.
Questions? While we are waiting, oh, yes, just 1 second, Danish, while we are, could you just tell us maybe in 30 seconds from your own experience, a little bit about your solar startup, because I think many people here would be interested, just a little bit, 30 seconds, 1 minute.
So in 2010, a lot of companies around the world started investing in large solar plants to build plants. And it was really something that happened around the world where you have these, what is called, the big several 100 megawatt plants. Okay. And it seemed like a great opportunity at that time to go out and raise money with a focus on technology. So lucky to attract very good equity investors who came in and funded us, and we got more money than everybody else. Because we had more money than everybody else, we became India's largest solar energy company for several years. Till every other large company in the world thought it was a very good idea, in which case the first thing to do was then sell the company and move into academia. So we sold the company in 2018. The good thing is that it attracted many partners. First Solar, which is US's largest company, became our joint venture partner in India. And we work with a lot of the banks and new financings and risk.
Thank you. Only for $160 million, Evan. Something of the order. Any questions? I think I saw a hand raised somewhere. Oh, okay. Danish, and then.
So, whenever we do with any kind of development of infrastructure, considering the climate into as a central point, we always do some sort of cost to benefit analysis with
days.
So, for example, in the EVs, let us say, or any sustainable energy system you're bringing. Let us say there is a developing nation who wants to build the infrastructure. It has two options. Let us say one is a renewable system, the one is a newer system. Keeping the consideration of design period of 50 years, what do we generally take in?
I know what you're going in the question, right? Go ahead. You have a question?
What is your question?
Yeah, there's a question that for the developing nations, which path they should take and on.
Yes, right. So I think it's cost, benefit, and risk. Okay, you need to put that in, right? So going fully renewable sounds great, right? It's fantastic if you can get storage. But for all the reasons I talked to you, there is risk that some of these systems can fail. It fails, as you know, with the grid, and as you know, one failure leads to tripping and leads to several failures. So one has to be very careful. Also, photovoltaics and inverters is a synthetic grid that you don't have a rotating inertia, you don't have an inductance, and therefore you have to create a synthetic grid out of that. And so the grid is propped up synthetically. If it collapses, it's like a data grid, it could collapse. So the caution is that the world is not ready for renewables only grids. In fact, there's still a programmer working on what is called making inverters, which are called grid forming inverters rather than grid following inverters. So you can't go fully there yet. You?
Yeah, I was curious, you had this empirical data of the degradation and you pointed out that the 5-7%, but you also have negative. So what is a negative degradation there?
It's errors. Okay, so if I'm a company from Japan, let's say, I tend to put a much lower number so that no one can sue me or ask for a warranty. So that your number is always above that. Okay, so a lot of manufacturers downscale their rated capacity. So that's the reason. Yeah, I should.
So I think it was slide 9. You had performance in 3 different military installations. I was curious why there was a difference. Were they in different climates or?
No, I think they had different, they were all combinations of solar and batteries in different use cases. So that's why, and different locations.
It wasn't surprising to see
No,
that.
it wasn't surprising. They
No
just did.
surprise. But in the interest of time, thank you so much, Ardashi. Really appreciate it. Lee Rosati from the US Army Corps, and she's going to talk about flood risk management. Look forward. Again, as Robin said, we should not have a coffee break. Enough time, but please just feel free to, if it's okay with.
Oh, absolutely.
Feel free to grab coffee and come back, etc.
Morning, everybody. I'm Julie Rosati. I'm a technical director for research and development at the Engineer Research and Development Center. And thank you to HD for inviting me. And thank you all for the wonderful accommodations. I am particularly focused on civil works. So it'll be a little bit of a change from the military SERDP funded projects. And what I'd like you to take away today is 1, a better understanding of ERDIC and what we do there. Secondly, understand what we have in our civil works arena, and particularly with focus on compound flooding, and which I think is a very much of interest to this group. Yeah, I am not the expert on compound flooding, but you'll see I have names in the slide. So I also hope that you'll connect with me to get the right SMEs, subject matter experts, to connect with you on your projects. ERDIC has about 80% military funded. So the civil area is definitely the majority of what we do in ERDIC. So keep that in mind as we go through some of the slides. So just a really quick overview of the Engineer Research and Development Center. Let me interrupt you for just 1 second. Her slides are on your desk. And we are hiring, aggressively hiring, so please contact me for that as well. We have 7 laboratories. The majority of them are at our headquarters in Vicksburg, Mississippi. The Coastal Hydraulics Laboratory, but I'm remotely situated in the DC area. So you can see we have a lab spanning mission space, environmental construction, cold regions, etc. Some of the labs are more heavily military focused, like our geospatial research laboratory, very much primarily military work. And then the Coastal Hydraulics Lab traditionally has been primarily civil focused, but we are getting more into military applications as well on the coastal hydraulics, compound flooding arena. And last thing I'll say on this slide is we have a number of unique field offices. We have a permafrost tunnel. If you're interested in that, Google it. There's some really cool videos out there about the permafrost tunnel. That's in Alaska. And of interest to this group, we have a coastal field data collection facility, the field research facility in Duck, North Carolina, that's got the longest continuous record of coastal observations in the world. So happy to connect you with any of those projects that you might have interest. Okay, so now we're getting down a little bit more. I'm into the civil works realm. We have a strong leadership in the Corps for investing in research and development. General Spellman, he's on the bottom there. He's our chief of engineers, led by the Honorable Michael Connor, the Assistant Secretary of the Army for Civil War. You can see both of their quotes there with emphasis on research and development.
Mr. Connor has 5 lines of effort, one of which is to invest in research and development. So he has really prioritized increasing the visibility and the amount of resources we have for civil works research. And then General Spellman regularly testifies and highlights the research that we're doing within these particular topics down here. So you can see drought, wildfire, sedimentation is a big focus of him as well. He has monthly updates from the Civil Works R&D team as well as the military R&D folks to keep abreast of what's going on. So that's really exciting. You got senior leader interest in what you're doing. General Spellman, came up with the first ever USACE R&D strategy, which is really exciting. There's 10 areas. They're not numbered in order of priority by any means. It spans the mission space of the Corps. So civil, military, installation, support for others, etc. The ones with stars by them are the ones that tie most directly to civil works. And there is a QR code up there if you'd like to download a copy. I also have a QR code at the last slide for more information. So you can see these span a lot of areas. They're really big. You could drive a truck through any of these. And I'll be talking a little bit more as we get down to civil works about some of the ones that are starred so you can see how we're trying to do it. Our vision for the civil works research and development area is to build technologies that help us look at decision support across the mission space. For civil works, navigation is the biggest dollar mission and project mission. And that is dredging to keep channels navigable, safe, and effective throughout the nation. A part of that is placing the material such that it provides value to the nation. So that's some of our research in engineering with nature, beneficial use. The second biggest area is in flood risk management. So how do we place that material that we provide some value in terms of reducing flood risk? And then the third largest area is in ecosystem benefits, endangered species, as well as nuisance species. Those 3 areas are, we have to optimize our decisions. So you can imagine like have a project optimize your environmental benefits. You give a lot of space and habitat to threatened and endangered species, but that may negatively impact your navigation mission or your flood risk management mission. So how do you balance those? And that's our vision, is to provide these tools that let us make those decisions for the nation. And we're also looking to accelerate our automation as well as machine learning and that type of thing, in using advanced materials like composites, fiber reinforced polymers, and that sort of thing to repair our aging infrastructure. The Corps owns a lot of infrastructure in the nation, and it's getting older and repairs are very costly. Keeping it maintained is a challenge for the Corps. Okay, within the civil works area, we use this R&D strategy that General Spellman developed to identify 6 what we call strategic focus areas. The one I'm going to talk about the most on the lower left, water modeling area, but you can see there's they span part of the 10 major areas in ecosystems, infrastructure, managing sediment to create value for the nation, AI, robotics, and data. So that's into the automation, making decisions better with higher fidelity, and then preparing for crises, supporting Department of Homeland Security and FEMA in responding to crises. So I'm primarily going to be talking about the water modeling area on the lower part of that slide. As we've been talking the past couple of days, there's a lot of water hazards that go on in the nation and in the world. So I'm not going to go into a lot of detail about them, but they're becoming more frequent and they're also more extreme. And we're having more of them compounding over each other. Some of the ones that we deal with in the water modeling area are not only floods, but drought. And the implication of low water on navigations and navigability, impact of ice, extremes on the infrastructure, on the navigation channels, and as well the water quality impacted by different systems. That little plot in the bottom part of the slide shows the Mississippi River at Belle Chase. And what happened there is we had to release more water during high water flow, which impacted then the water quality. You got a lot more fresh water into the system, which impacts the oyster resources, as well as created some harmful blooms in the nearshore system. So those kind of difficult decisions are how we're trying to address through the numerical modeling that we're creating water modeling area. So the vision for the water modeling has been developed with a lot of other federal agencies, academics, and industry. It includes using remote sensing, Earth observations on the left, and then creating this national simulation framework, the numerical modeling. You can look at a range of fidelities depending on your application, your project applications. And then finally, risk-informed decision support that not only includes the risk and probability of the hazard, but also how it impacts the communities. So social, environmental justice, and that sort of thing are part of the water modeling area as well. So this slide shows it in a little bit more detail. Those four areas, the two on the right made that third pillar in the previous slide. I'm probably primarily going to be focusing on the national simulation framework and the starting that we're having to develop the compound flooding applications. As I mentioned, it's very much in partnership with the National Water Center, part of NOAA, with the other federal agencies in that little inset. The science needs for this area, I'm going to point you to Dr. Gaurav Savant and team who are leading technology development in this area. Gaurav developed the next couple of slides and was kind enough to share them with me. So this spans 10 years here. So you see a timeline from 10 years, and that's a vision of how we're going to advance the science in this area. So we've got it planned out. We're just kind of getting our resourcing in place to be able to start working on this. And you'll see a little start of that in the last few slides. So this spans the range of getting the processes right all the way into then the human systems. One of the challenges that we've had is incorporating how communities manage water in their systems and then be able to reflect that in the complex modeling that we've planned out. This particular slide takes that previous image and overlays it with the types of numerical models in each of these systems. I'm probably really going to be talking about the coastal inland compound flooding work. The ones in green here have FY24 funding, should be coming soon. And the ones in red are planned in out years. So this includes things like groundwater management and snow water processes as well. So we're kind of expanding the realm of the application through time. I think everyone is really familiar with the compound flooding problems, coastal, riverine, precipitation, and groundwater. One of the things that has come up in the past 2 years is the authorization in the Water Resource Development Act, WRDA 2022, Section 8106, which tells the Corps you have the authority at the request of the non-federal sponsor to look at stormwater drainage in these communities. So let's take Norfolk, for example. They've got a lot of stormwater drainage, and at the request of the non-federal sponsor for a Norfolk study, the Corps needs to be able to model the stormwater drainage system and look at the trade-offs in different mitigation alternatives for that project. So that's an example. There's also some projects going on at St. Augustine in Florida, and that's a pretty old city. So you can imagine the records for the stormwater drainage system are not very good. And who knows what drains still work and what their capacity is. So there's problems and challenges like that. We can do the modeling now with the stormwater drainage. The problem is that it's takes too long for the types of planning studies that the Corps does. In our planning studies, we have a limited amount of time and a limited amount of money to do those studies. Typically, the actual calculations are on the order of, a year limited. It's a 3-year duration, but once you get everything underway, it's really, when you really get down to doing the calculations, you have about a year to do the work. So you can't do really complex applications within that time frame. The money is also limited in those planning studies as well. So part of the challenge for us is to develop the tools that span the range of the project types that we work on. And HD knows this super, super well, much better than me. So the vision is to address those areas, coastal, terrestrial, groundwater, and then the drainage part of it, so that we can match the key vulnerability of the system to the hazards that drive that vulnerability and look at the scenarios to come up with a solution. Right now, HD mentioned the coastal storm modeling system. That is shown here on the left side of this slide. That is a system that drives our computations of hazards. Here are all the hazard tracks that the team has done. The point of contact for that is Dr. Norberto Nadal. His name's on a following slide. If you'd like to look at the coastal hazard system, the link right there, you can download. This is a publicly available database. It has data for all the historical storms as well as potential future storms that are valid within the probability space for the Atlantic, the Gulf, and the Great Lakes. We are trying to get funding for the Pacific as well. So this is a publicly available database. You can query the database, pull out the storms, and use it to drive your models. You can also, they have a rapid prediction system that goes into the coastal hazard database, and it can use, I mentioned this yesterday, it can look at a storm track and pull the impacts of that particular storm in real time using artificial intelligence, so that we can prepare, get the dredges ready to restore capability for different channels or some flood walls up or something like that. Our vision then on the right in the next 5 years is to stand up a similar inland hazard system, which is a lot more complicated to do, and then work to couple these together for that compound flooding impact at that zone where we have those types of issues. The next few slides are courtesy of Norberto Nadal, and his name is up there on the top. Happy to connect anyone to him. He's the lead of our coastal hazards group at the Coastal and Hydraulics Laboratory. And his team has been doing a lot of studies to look at compound flooding. Here's an example for Houston where they've mimicked some of the Hurricane Harvey using that coastal hazard system. So they're expanding the coastal hazard system to consider compound flooding. And the way they're doing this is in a tiered framework, so that if you have a really short time period and a simple correlation between processes, you can do a tier 1 analysis, all the way to a more complicated tier 3 analysis where you have watershed specific conditions that you can tie to the probabilistic of multiple hazards in the system. They've coupled this with a tropical cyclone rainfall, Luke et al., and it uses the same atmospheric forcing to have that concurrent compound hazard in a single workflow. So that's how they've done it. So I have 3 examples from Norberto that I'll be showing, and then 1 example from another researcher at the Coastal Hydraulics Lab, that was military funded. So the first example from Norberto's team was for coastal Louisiana. And this is the tier 1 type example where they just looked at the concurrence of compound flooding issues with riverine flow as well as tropical cyclone intensity. So they've looked at that history and calculated the compound water level hazard across coastal Louisiana as shown on the lower right. The second example for Neches River in Texas, funded through the Nuclear Regulatory Commission. This is a tier 2 type of analysis, so getting a little more complex. The tier 2 is to incorporate the hydrology and hydraulics models probabilistic, and they coupled the rainfall, hydrologic, and hydraulics models to create the impacts to the Neches River in terms of compound flooding. And finally, the lower part of the slide is an ongoing FEMA pilot study for Southeast Louisiana. And in this case, they're doing watershed-specific conditions and scenarios, such as the antecedent conditions in that area, the groundwater, the precipitation, the coastal storm surge, the tides, et cetera, to actually calculate the compound flooding hazard. So this work is still in progress. And the last example is given to me by Julia Zimmerman. She's a researcher at the Coastal Hydraulics Lab who works with a lot of folks, as listed on this slide. This was through, we have a source of funding at ERDIC for military-related work that is more discretional. So it's called Flex 4 funding, and you can do some more exploratory work. So she's and the team have worked to develop a framework to look at community resilience, and that could be installation resilience as well. And look at, it's very much in line, I think, of the NICE program, looking at the critical facilities and the functionality of the system. The applications include the three shown here: New York City, Eastern North Carolina, particularly Camp Lejeune, and then Gulfport, Mississippi. So you can see they're looking at Hurricane Sandy, Hurricane Florence, and then just typical conditions, sunny day flooding, including subsidence in the Gulfport, Mississippi applications. And they're adding the complexity of this type of network system, and they're looking at the impacts of the community, their ability to get to critical facilities like bridges, to evacuate hospitals, fire, transportation, and that sort of thing. So what you see on the left is New York City to Superstorm Sandy, and you can see the red marks are the bridges that are out as a function of that storm. And the dots on there, the little green stars, I don't know if you can see those are critical facilities, such as those hospitals, fire stations, et cetera. So they're looking at the impacts of that. On the far right is a little assessment of the impacts in that region. So you can see on the left is the unstressed network, and on the right is the red is where the people aren't able to get to those critical facilities. So those linkages are not being able to be made. The second example, moving in from your left, the Hurricane Florence example, that one is just looking at non-stationarity in sea level change and sunny day flooding, how that impacts the Camp Lejeune and their ability to do that networked critical access to critical facilities. The third one over Gulfport, I mentioned that earlier, that's also looking at non-stationarity in the sea level change, considering the subsidence impacts of that region. So overall, they're developing this tool, which is a framework for decision-making and planning installations. And it has a lot of applications to civil works. And that's one of the things I wanted to express to you, that even though our funding is pretty siloed, like if we get civil works funding, we can't really look at non-US territories or countries. However, the tools we develop are widely applicable. So we can leverage what's done on either side to advance the other. So I have just a couple more slides. This is kind of just a wrap-up summary. I think we're all real aware of weather whiplash. We're seeing more and more extremes. We're seeing compounding extremes. That term weather whiplash is in the news recently. So we see extreme drought, extreme snowfall, extreme flooding, ice, et cetera, that is impacting our communities. And we see more and more communities in hazards way, and more infrastructure too, right? You know, bridges, people, you get more people in harm's way, you got to evacuate them in advance of storms. So what we're working very broadly with other federal agencies is this development of this comprehensive hydroterrestrial framework, or more simply, the water modeling area to address those water hazards. And we're heavily leveraging across academia, industry, and federal agencies. We have a term, relentlessly collaborate, and we try to embrace that every single day and really work across all our experts. And that means open source. It contains modular code so that we can bring them into different systems as systems evolve and that sort of thing. And looking at those cross-disciplinary and mission applications. This slide just shows a few of our partners. I mentioned we're really, really eager to partner across the federal family, academia, industry, non-governmentals, internationally. So this spans both military and civil. Very, very interested in doing that. And we have a number of mechanisms to do that. We broad agency announcement that's open all the time, year round, has a number of topics in there, very, very broad topics. And we welcome pre-proposals to be submitted to that at any time. The Cooperative Ecosystem Studies Unit, partner as well. Academia must be a member of a CESU unit. You can Google that and find out more information about that. This other one here, other transaction authority. That is something that exists on the military side, and we've just gotten implementation guidance for civil applications. What that means is we can develop prototype applications at prototype scale for R&D items and be part of the solution to develop the right final product. An example, and we haven't done it yet, we got it over the weekend, so it's really new. An example of OTA for military was a development of a sub-mat that lets offshore vehicles drive up onto the beach. So that they developed that in iteration with the industry partner. So it's a very iterative R&D development. And finally, the last thing I'll say on the right, we have a non-governmental partner called ERDIC, and it's a really nice external convening organization that lets us come to the same table as academic partners or industry partners without violating contracting or federal rules. So they're a really great resource for us to use too. So for example, they can have challenges. They can put out challenges to develop new technology or have open collider events and that sort of thing. If you're interested in ERDIC, you can just Google that. There's also there's analogies on the other parts of the federal family too, Force Works and that sort of thing. All right, my last slide here, just my contact information. And if you see anyone you'd like to connect with, please shoot me an email. There's also a QR code right there for more of our marketing materials. Oh, that reminds me, real quick. I brought a few of our, we make these booklets every year. I'll put them up here. These are called Civil Works Value to the Nation. They give you more details about some of those strategic focus areas and some of the work I didn't really touch on today. They're meant for senior leaders to take to congressional engagements and that sort of thing. But we have, I think this is maybe our 5th year of doing these. So they're available online in PDF form if you're interested as well. So please, happy to, I'm not taking these back. They're heavy, so please take those. Thank you all so much. Thank you.
In the interest of time, we have time for questions, but why don't you, Alicia, please set up, Okay, so let me again start with a warmer question, warm up kind of question. So I was recently at an ASC conference where I was, for some reason, put into another session where the entire session was on the manual of practice for compound flooding. This is an ASC, American Society of Civil Engineers manual of practice. They're talking about compound flooding. They're talking about copula-based methods, etc. Question is, how does this relate to that? And then others, please follow up with questions. But first question for you.
Yeah, that's a great question. I don't know. Our team should be connected with that. I'll find out if we are. Thank you for bringing it.
Happy to put you in touch because one of the names was my former postdoc. So very happy.
Okay.
So we are doing kind of working with the GLO, which is the General Land Office in Texas, because the Texas is kind of hotspot in the because of the flood terrains and everything. So we are kind of trying to understand better of those things because we have, lots of bayous that, drain into the ocean. So we're working closely with the GLO to have this couple of things, trying to understand the hazard a little bit better in terms of the compounding streams.
Happy to work with Coppola is my interest from statistical side, but also the physics and statistics have been talking.
Okay, yeah, sure.
Any other questions for Julie? Okay, so yeah, Dave and then Sam.
So, really interesting presentation. When you're looking at various scenarios and the ability of these systems to handle kind of stress events, to what extent do you explicitly look at how the loss of one or more key components would affect the ability to handle that stress?
Yeah, that is a really good question. We have done that for a SERDP study at Norfolk, looked at that interconnection of the network. The work that I presented today was more about the ability to represent the hazard and not the interconnection. But that's the next step. I think a logical next step is to take that hazard and use it to look at the interconnection of the system and how it impacts the system. Typically for these compound flooding events, everything is just impacted. So it's very difficult to nuance out key elements other than bridges and that sort of thing.
I mean, I guess I was thinking we spent a little time yesterday talking about adversarial perspectives. And if I put on my red TV hat, inland waterways writ large are full of lots of very old and yet critical pieces of infrastructure, could have very large impacts, particularly when compounded with a rainfall event or something else. So.
Yeah. Think of one structure, yeah.
There was some Sam and then Himanshu and then August.
So I just had, Dr. Rosati, really enjoyed your presentation. I was just wondering in the list of, you had the slide with the collaborators, like different collaborators. So just wondering about FFRDCs. Is there also collaborations that happen with the federally funded research development centers?
Oh, yes, yes. I guess those aren't on there, are they? So maybe we need to add those on. Thanks.
Himanshu and then August, but and then Evan, before that, one thing, two most water resources persons here, Kian and Pooja, please catch up a little bit with Julie during the lunch and so on. What was the order? Himanshu, August, and then Evan.
I was about to say the same comment. So, I mean, mainly for Ashish and Pooja and others who are, kind of data hungry, I will say, looking for data. So the coastal hazard system that Julie was explaining, this is probably your first place you can go download some of the data and, shoot me an email or something. We need some more clarification of some of the data. That trillions bytes of data.
Yeah, I was also taking the same note that I need to ask for database.
And when somebody from DoD, US Army Corps, any federal agency says, shoot me an email, take that very seriously. That means that person is interested to contact us. Not easy, so please, thank you so much. Thanks to all of you. Who was next?
Along the lines of that, what data you're using, you mentioned remote sensing products earlier in your presentation. If you happen to know, which remote sensing products are you using to help with compound flood modeling?
I'm not well versed on the satellites and that sort of thing. And some for this, we've got some proposed for the snow and then for the coastal shoreline position data to help us with that part of it. But I'm not familiar enough with the actual satellites.
Oh, yes, Evan, sorry.
My only question was, what's the mystery infrastructure that you were?
Oh.
Even you realize.
Yeah, you said it with like very knowingly, but is it? What's about to fall apart inland?
He's gonna short it from Wall Street, you realize.
This is just my perspective. The old river control structure, it could redo the whole Mississippi River, right? If somebody got rid of that, it would really impact the nation because that river is our main conduit up to the heartland. Yeah. That's the one I worry about. That's just me.
Great presentation. I had a question about the modeling. You mentioned in situ testing. Are you doing that for emerging contaminants like Gen X or PFOA, things like that, to make like plume models?
That's in another area. So the question is about contaminants and plumes and that sort of thing. Yeah, there is work in water quality and also dredge material placement and part dredging process. They look at those kind of things. We may get into that in this area later, but we're trying to get some of the framework done first. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Julie. In the interest of time, just ask your question.
Yeah, so I saw that you guys are doing forecasting for river sedimentation. So you're using machine learning and AI to find out how much sedimentation is there. But nowadays with the advancement of AI, there has been paper coming out for stream flow prediction directly from data set and also precipitation forecasting from radar data set. Are you thinking of using AI in those fields also, or?
Yes, yes. I think I know the work you're talking. Yep.
So
Yeah, I'll
follow-on discussions with you and also in terms of Indonesia. So you talked about these things can be generalized elsewhere. So Dion has been thinking about Indonesia. So good collaboration. Okay, without further ado, and thanks for waiting, Alicia, and also Lena over there. So Alicia Chernikova is at Northeastern. She's going to bring us back to networks and infrastructures, and you work with Tina Eliassi there, right? She's the one who introduced us, and thank you, Alicia, for coming here and spending your time, please.
Thank you for introduction. So today we'll present our work on
Alicia, if I can.
network and infrastructure resilience. This work was done with multiple collaborators, including my advisor, Lina Opran, Tina Elisa, Nicole Vera from Queen Mary University of London, and researcher from ISI Institute in Turin. So as we all know, cyber attacks and cyber networks are multifaceted, constantly and becoming much more dangerous currently, like every day. And the number of victim organizations, individuals are growing significantly, causing like data leakages, financial losses, and service disruption. And unfortunately, existing countermeasures and defenses often fail in the case of advanced adversaries. Some of the examples of cyber attacks include advanced persistence threat, self-propagating malware, SPM, with a denial of service attack or DDoS, and many others. And in this particular work, I will focus mainly on self-propagating malware, which is one of the most devastating cyber threat currently existing in the world. It propagates within and across network using some vulnerabilities of network services, and some of the examples of self-propagating malware include Beta, WannaCry, Mirai, and many more others. You can see the numbers of affected enterprises, attacks of WannaCry on the slides. Another popular example is related to self-propagating malware invading colonial pipeline system, which caused multiple flight cancellation across the east coast of the United States and was considered to be a national threat emergency. There are existing defense techniques and solutions such as antivirus software, network intrusion detection systems, firewalls, and many others. But I already said that cyber attacks are constantly improving, and therefore it becomes harder and harder for existing contractors to against the cyber networks. And also another problem or issue considering taken into consideration is that very often protective mechanisms can be infeasible and implement because of the possibility of the disruption of network. So today I will talk about the problem, how to increase the resilience of cyber networks by studying the behavior of cyber attacks and also propose a new defense methods against cyber. And I have two main contributions here. First, we propose a new compartmental model of epidemiology called SIIDR to capture the behavior of real-world self-propagating malware. And on the other hand, I will introduce novel proactive defense algorithms to increase the resilience of cyber networks. And I also study the performance of proposed algorithms along with the existing defense mechanisms on the real-world large enterprise communication networks. And first, I will start with how we modeled self-propagating malware with the help of compartmental models of technology. So the idea behind this work was the similarity of biological and computer viruses. And we all know that the spread of biological viruses is usually modeled with compartmental models of epidemiology. And according to this approach, the populations, or in our case, the machine and the network, are segmented into compartments, and individual transition between this compartment with some propagation rates. Some of the classical example of compartmental models include SI model, where the individuals can be susceptible or infected. Another example is SEIR model, where the individuals or machines can be either susceptible exposed, infected, and are recovered, and they can transition with some transition rate between the compartments. But unfortunately, like the majority of the existing work, they only leverage the simple models, either SI or SIR, and they also mainly perform the theoretical analysis of this model without like calculating or evaluating the performance of this model on the data. So cyber networks are usually modeled as communication graphs, where each node, the graph represents a machine, a particular IP in the cyber network, and there is edge between these two nodes if there is a possible communication between machines in the network. And self-propagating malware works as follows. It starts from compromising the like initial machine, and then it propagates their machines with some probability over specific protocol. For example, WannaCry was propagating over protocol. And we are performing the modeling of self-propagating malware based on the logs collected by running actual WannaCry traces in the protected environment. And we also make an assumption that those logs were not compromised by the attacker. So after looking at the logs, network logs, after running WannaCry traces, we notice a heterogeneous distribution between two subsequent attack attempts. And therefore, we introduce an infected dormant state when the machine, after becoming infected, can become dormant for some period of time and then can become active again. We also noticed that the intervals between the last attack attempt and the end of epidemic were large. Therefore, we consider recovered or R state be the last possible state of the model. You can see the transition diagram of the slide. So the machines can be start from being susceptible, then they become infected with some infected individuals, and they can either recover or become dormant. And if they became dormant, then they can start again. Usually, compartmental models are represented with systems of ordinary differential equations. There is a homogeneous mixing assumption, meaning that every individual contact all other individuals in the network is the strongest. And you can see the system of ordinary differential equation of SIIDR model on the slides. But We also, in order like to understand the behavior of cell propagation, we need to study the characteristics of this model. And one of the important characteristics of compartmental model in general is a basic reproduction number, which represents the number of secondary infection generated after by a single infectious seed in a fully susceptible population. So we derive the basic reproduction number from SIDR. You can see the formula on the slide. And we also were interested in the equilibrium points of the model. Those are the solutions of the systems that do not change with time. And particularly, we were interested in disease-free equilibrium points when there are no infected dormant individuals in the system. And one specific example of the epidemic when all the machines are susceptible. We also showed that there are no endemic equilibrium points, meaning that there will be no persistent infection in the network because all of the nodes will eventually recover. And given all these characteristics of SIDR model, we need to answer the question, how far the system will go if it starts these free equilibrium points. And as I mentioned, one particular example is the start of epidemic. So if our disease-free equilibrium points are stable, there will be so and to perform this analysis, we were using Lyapunov stability theory, and disease-free equilibrium points are considered to be Lyapunov stable if for some epsilon there exists such delta greater than 0 if the initial state of the system lies in the delta region of radius delta near equilibrium point, then all the solution exists and they stay in the Another is stability predictability. It means that the disease-free equilibrium point or the equilibrium point is stable, and also all the solutions exist and they converge to the. And for SIDR model, we proved that these equilibrium points are stable for SIDR modeled as the system of ordinary differential equation under the homogeneous mixing assumption gives the basic reproduction number 1. However, as I told you, this analysis was performed under the homogeneous mixing assumptions, but in real world, we do not fully work networks where each machine is potential contact with all other individuals or machines. So we are interested on how this model works in networks. So for this, we represent our model as a nonlinear dynamical system with discrete time. And you can find the of this model on the slides. It means that basically each individual is associated, or each machine is associated with this particular compartment, and at each point of discrete time, it has a probability of transitioning to other compartments. Also derived the disease-free equilibrium points for this model, and we proved that this disease-free equilibrium point of a SIDR model represented as a nonlinear dynamical system. They are Lyapunov stable for arbitrary graphs. In this case, it's the largest eigenvalue of the graph associated with the network multiplied by the infection probability divided by the recovery probability is less than 1. So basically, if this condition holds, with respect to the graph we have and the probabilities we have, then there is no opportunity for the virus to become an epidemic. So it will stay close to the initial state, close to the this disease-free equilibrium point, and all the machines are susceptible. So once we compared the performance of our proposed model existing in the literature based on a kayak information criteria, which is dependent on the number of parameters and the likelihood the data. And here the lower AIC score corresponds to the better model. So from the table, you can see that SIIDR model fits data best. Also, we simulated the number of different models, including SIIDR, and you can see that the SIIDR curve represented in red of dark orange is aligned to the actual WannaCry dynamics. Also, proved like we also supported our theoretical results for the threshold stability section with experimental results where we ran SIIDR on a variety of graphs with different characteristics in terms of connectivity and other spectral characteristics. And we plotted the number of recovered nodes with respect to the threshold or the conditions that we derived. And you can see that when the threshold is less than 1, then the number of recovered nodes is equal, meaning that there is no epidemic here, and it grows when the threshold is larger than 1. First, we haven't solved everything, so the behavior span can change in the future, so there is probably need for like additional models or more or like continuous modeling in which like the networks are configured or taxable. Also only we're considering internal traffic without like global visibility, so another possible direction how to improve what we have. And yeah, one thing I didn't mention was like transition rate. I didn't but we showed that all the transition rate of the SIIDR model are theoretically identifiable. Basically, we can derive all this in model SPM in the future without having the access to actual WannaCry. Also showed that they sometimes can be not practically identifiable. So measuring the number of individuals in the other states rather than like infectious state can be beneficial for like model. Okay, so basically I'm telling the model we studied its characteristics, particularly during the conditions for stability and to improve them. And now, as long as we already know like how SPM works, I will do the active defense against it. So, as I said before, attacks are constantly evolving, they are recognizable, so we are in active defense mechanism. So building resilient systems market dependence to rigorously assess the cost, the possible defense, use the possible defense. Use the system the attack surface of the attack prevented from propagating. There are some previous work and papers who propose different defense mechanisms based on the structural political of the networks. However, there is an additional, an additional because this analysis was testing their defense mechanisms on the class faithful models, then like the one that and also like group analysis on a new model. We also proposed some new defense methodologies that can improve existing ones and work well on. So we also assume this work that network traffic was not compromised, and so we can derive the accurate graph representations of the network topology. We make an assumption that the attacker defense in place, and we aim to preserve the network functionality, but only adding additional security measures on the most critical part of without disconnecting it or moving machine. So in this work, we propose some new defense algorithms as well as studied existing defense algorithms. They can all be grouped in categories. As you can see, the newly proposed methods. And so the first category is node splitting, which is based on adding additional machines to the network and reconfiguring the communication between them. The second one is based on edge monitoring and which can be done with help of system update on security patches on the machine. And also the last one is and we try to monitor and secure the boundaries of the network. And in order to evaluate the proposed and existing defenses, we use two evaluation measures. First is an eigendrop, which is equal to the drop in the leading eigenvalue of the graph associated with the network, and it shows the reduction of path capacity in the graph. The second one is fragmentation, which is equal to the fraction of nodes in the largest connected component. And this metric shows the attack surface reduction by containing the virus in the smaller connected component. So for our experiments, we use an anonymized network flow data set from the large enterprise. Like the original graph was very big. And but according to the critical watch report, self-propagating malware is usually associated with some limited number of ports. Therefore, we extract 6 graphs from the initial graph, which correlate on which responds to the 6 ports that you can see on the slide. And those graphs have power law degree distribution, meaning that there are some small number of hubs or super spreaders, and there are a lot of nodes with low degrees. They are undirected and weighted and circular, meaning that all the nodes have more than 3 edges. So now we will talk a little bit about the methodologies that we used. It's called node split, based on method. Iteration chooses the node with the highest degree value and then adds additional physical or virtual machine to the network, and also it moves a half of the existing nodes of the super spreaded new machine. And we evaluated the performance of node split on the 6 port related graph, and you can see a general increased trend in the eigen drop on the number of splitting. Opinions that very reduce the path capacity of the attack with more splits. The second category of the defense mechanisms are based on hunting in edges. And the first, that's just randomly select edges. The second manner is called random multi-tracking. When we are using the eigenscores of the edges to select that have the most impact on the leading eigenvalue of the graph. And as you remember, I showed you that it is dependent on the leading value of the graph. Therefore, by selecting edges, we are reducing, like that have the most effect on eigenscore, eigenvalue. We are protecting the most critical edges in the network to prevent the SPM from propagation. And the last method is a hybrid strategy that combines node split technology. And we also measured the performance of these techniques based on eigendrop and fragmentation measures. And we show that MET reduces the eigenvalue very like successfully, but the hybrid strategy of node split and MET provides even better performance. As the third category is based on node hardening. The first method that we tested or evaluated was like a randomly monitoring node. Second one was based on degree. Means that we selected the nodes to protect which have the largest degree. Third one is ENS that we propose. This is a method when we select the nodes which have the high effective network size value, meaning that those nodes act as bridges network. That they have no redundancy in their agonets. And the last one is non-band track and centralities, where we select the most based on their impact on the largest eigenvalue of non-band tracking matrix. And non-band tracking matrix is similar to the adjacency matrix, but if adjacency matrix, we talk about just the networks, then in non-band tracking matrix, we talk about the passes or walks in the graph that have no go back. We also related the performance of these methods on the port-related graphs, and we showed that degree NS and non-band tracking and they're all very successful. They're all very, in terms of eigendrop, also very successful in terms of fragmentation. For example, immunizing just 50 machines with degree or ENS is enough to break the largest connected components. But also we were interested in how those methods prevent attack from propagation, or how they're successful in attack mitigation, meaning how successful they minimize the number of impacts affected format and state, which we. And so in order to perform these experiments, we simulated with the help of SIDR. And we looked at the footprint without defense in place and with place. We showed that node hardening, community isolation, hybrid strategies perform the best in attack mitigation scenario. So for example, we have infection rate of 97 without the defense in place, and it drops to only 1% on port, the graph related to port 22. The degree based node. So this work, of course, has also some limitations. We do not assume that so we assume that the attacker has no knowledge about the defense. And so another possibility to solve this issue is to model like a multi-step behavior between the attacker. But we also know that the is like. Also, like node split can be expensive to implement in practice because of the financial. So, like general, number network systems can be made resilient in topological structures. The most effective defenses in the distant defenses. Yeah, so just a new model to capture the behavior of WannaCry. So we designed some new strategies to proactively defend networks. Thank you.
So you have a question or two, Leonardo, anybody else? Okay, Leonardo, you can ask. Meanwhile, if we can, Lena, thanks for patiently waiting. So we've been waiting for a while. I know, but we can set up Lena while Alicia takes and fun. Leonardo, please.
So in your SIIDR model, depends on this lambda, the eigenvalue of the graph, the threshold of epidemic. But as I understood, the graph will change with time because these eyes that are dormant, they are not seen, so the eigenvalues would change with time, or they stay stable all the time. So the graph doesn't change.
As I told before, we're not like in the case when the topology is lambda isn't your name. Usually nice. Or you can buy.
Okay, thank you so much. In the interest of time, we'll move to the next presenter who has been again. Thank you so much, Lena, waiting for so long. Sorry, we are a bit late. So Lena Stella is at the University of Texas at Austin,
And she's going to talk about water networks and infrastructure. Nina, please take it over.
Thanks, Arup. Just checking that you can see my slides and hear me well.
Yes.
Absolutely beautifully.
Perfect, thank you. And actually, you're right on time on Central Time, so. Hi, everybody. Arup, thanks so much for inviting me to give this talk. Super excited and some really cool talks there. So I'll talk about resilience of water distribution systems during extreme events. So a little bit tying into Julie's talk, but kind of on a different scope and a different scale. And as Arup mentioned, I'm an associate professor at UT Austin. So just kind of to give you the kind of the scope of what water distribution systems are, it's essentially infrastructure that supplies water from the treatment plants all the way to the end users. And essentially, this is a complex network of pipes and also together with control devices like pumps and also a few storages that the idea is to provide water from very few sources to the many users that we have. And water utilities, when they're managing and operating the systems, they have to balance different objectives and different goals. So for example, minimize water losses, ensuring water quality standards, minimizing energy for treatment and pumping, infrastructure failures and supply interruptions, just a few of those examples. And like other infrastructure, water systems have or face similar challenges, and those include aging infrastructure, urbanization, population growth, and obviously climate change. So what I want to talk about today is a very recent work that we did, specifically talking about resilience of the Austin water system and during the winter storm Uri. So kind of to remind ourselves, Texas was really hit really hard during the winter storm in February 2021. So we experienced over 5 days of sub-freezing temperature. The picture on the right kind of shows downtown Austin. I know for you in Boston, that's not uncommon, but it's really uncommon in Texas. And then obviously the infrastructure systems were not designed for these conditions. And what happened pretty much across Texas is that many water system and also energy systems experienced a lot of failures, and which kind of led to a lot of outages and a lot of consumers being without water and power for several days. The figure that you see at the bottom, it shows the water use, water production, and active storage capacity of Austin water before and during and after this winter storm Uri. So kind of to give you a little bit background and walk you through this. So what you see here before the storm, essentially water production, which is shown by the green line, matched water use, which is shown by the blue line. And during normal conditions, the production matches the demand. And essentially, we're able to keep our storages full at the levels we like them, which is shown by the red line. And then as the storm kind of initiated, what we can see is first this initial huge uptake in water usage, which is this blue line. And essentially that was caused by a few things. The first one is that essentially a lot of the pipes started breaking, both on the distribution side and also in premise plumbing. So we were essentially losing a lot of water through leaks. The other thing that caused this extreme or increase in water use is that people were dripping their taps to kind of try to prevent from their pipes from freezing. So that's actually generated that excess demand. And essentially the system was just pretty much losing tons of water. So what Austin tried to do during that time is to increase water production. So you can kind of see that increase also in the green line, but they weren't able to keep up with the amount of water that was actually lost in the system during the events. And at that stage, what you can see is this, the active storage capacity is kind of tapering off because we had to start using the stored water to be able to keep up with the demand. And then essentially we can kind of clearly see that there is a significant drop in the storages until we were able to increase production to catch up with the demand. And this is the place where the storages begin to recover. Now, if you're doing work in resilience, this red curve is like a classical textbook resilience curve where we see the performance dropping and then recovering after an event. So what we wanted to do is kind of explore and kind of learn how and why the system performed the way it did. So we looked into the literature, and there's a lot of literature in this space. And kind of there are two types of different models that look in resilience and performance of water systems. One type of models is pipe failure prediction. There's a lot of data-driven and statistical models that look into predicting how pipes fail. The main kind of limitations that those models have is they're typically missing the information about what is the actual impact of those failures on the actual performance of the system. The other type of literature that we would typically find is a lot of really complex and really significant resilience models that take into account different failure scenarios, different disaster scenarios, and have a wide range of performance indicators. But kind of some gap or the main gap in those models is that many of them are based on synthetic data and they simulate those disaster events. So there has been kind of a gap in the literature in how to combine the two, with primarily data being the main kind of gap into being able to do that. So we were lucky. We have a really long ongoing collaboration with the city of Austin, and we've been working with them for several years. So, and the utility is a very progressive utility that collects a lot of information, very interested in promoting advanced tools to help them manage their system. So we were lucky to have access to a lot of data and also different types of data. So I'm just giving you an idea of what type of information we had. So we had access to their GIS data, which has around 135,000 of pipes. On the figure on the top right, you can kind of see the spatial distribution of the system. And that also includes information about the material, size, installation year, length, and so forth. We also have information about how the system is arranged or what's the connectivity of the system in terms of the pressure zones, the treatment plants, and so forth. We had data about 18 years of pipe failure, dated from 2003 all the way until 2021, including Winter Storm Uri. And then finally, we also had the active storage management data during Winter Storm Uri. So given all the data that we had access to, we were interested and we were able to ask two questions. And the first question that we wanted to answer was to ask if pipe failures or pipe resilience was the main driver to how the system performed during this extreme event. And the second question we wanted to ask ourselves, can we learn from data from non-extreme events or normal operating conditions to predict how the system will perform during the extreme events? And the main reason for the second question was that extreme events don't come very often. So can we use information about how the system performs during normal conditions to learn something about how we can prepare better for the extreme events? So first, what we did, we used a very simple control charts to identify normal conditions from extreme events. So what you're seeing here is essentially pipe failure data over those 18 years. So the x-axis are the different years, and the y-axis is the pipe failure rate. And essentially, we use very simple control charts to distinguish what is considered to be a normal failure rate and what is considered to be extreme ones. We also use different control limits for summer and winter seasons, and that is because failure rates or pipe failures have some seasonality to that. So we looked at the different seasons. And essentially what you can see here is that we identified 4 summer events and 3 winter events. And those are the ones that are indicated by those colored arrows. And what you can take away from this plot is Winter Storm Uri is the one on the right. And it was significantly extreme, much more extreme than even the other events. So it would have about double the failure rates compared to the other extreme events. So once we kind of identified what are the normal conditions and what are the extreme events and treating Winter Storm Uri separately, then the next thing we wanted to look at were essentially how do the failure rates change compared to the normal conditions, extreme events, and Winter Storm Uri. And we wanted to see if different pressure zones in the system experience different failure rates. So is the whole system performs the same, or do we see different performance across different pressure zones? So what you can see on this plot, the y-axis is the failure rate or the average failure rate. And then the x-axis, we have the three conditions that we're looking at. The left is the normal operating conditions, the extreme events, and then Winter Storm Uri. And then each line represents each one of those pressure zones. So the first thing we can see is that the failure rates increase from normal operating conditions to extreme events, and more so during Winter Storm Uri. So that's obviously not surprising. We just typically, during extreme events, we would have more failures. But the other thing that is more interesting is that the rankings of those rates remain consistent across the events. And what I mean by that, if we look at the brown line, which is the top one, which represents the failure rates in pressure zone 1, then we can see it's the worst one, meaning it has the most pipe failures during normal operating conditions, during the extreme events, and also during Winter Storm Uri. And we've seen that across 8 out of the 9 pressure zones. So essentially, the rankings of, or the performance of the failures in the pressure zones was consistent during normal operating conditions and during extreme events. So what we did here is we defined our first kind of performance indicator, which we call the pipe performance index, which basically gives us a ranking between 0 and 1, where 0 means bad, 1 means good, and that indicates how much pipe failures this pressure zone experiences. So then the next thing we wanted to look at, or we used as our performance, is active storage. So what this plot shows, the x-axis shows time, and the y-axis shows how much water we actually have available in our storages. It's normalized just because different storages have different capacities. So this shows percentage full of this storage. So the gray line here shows how much water we actually have in the storage. The dashed line or the dotted line here, it's the target capacity. So this is how much the water utility wants what they're aiming for our storages to be at their typical capacity. And the red dashed line shows the critical level. So this is the level where the water utility doesn't want to go below this line. So we use this active storage as another performance indicator because it basically tells us how much storage our system has and how much water we have available to supply to the users. It also gives us an indication of how much the system is able to absorb shocks, because when the production cannot meet the demand, then we start relying on our storages to supply the demand to the users. So if you look at the figures on the right, those figures shows those storage capacities or active storage capacities for the 9 pressure zones slightly before, during, and after Winter Storm Uri. And the few things I want you to take away here is, first of all the pressure zones drop below the critical level. So they all drop below that red dashed line. And the other thing you can take away from this is that the different zones experience the event differently. So you can obviously see that pressure zones 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9 dropped below the critical threshold for a longer time, and also lower compared to zones 1 through 4. So for that, what we wanted to do next is to define 2 additional performance metrics that will help us quantify this impact. So we use metrics that are standard in the literature. The first one, what we call the resilience index, which essentially indicates the fraction of time. So it tells us how resilient the system is in terms of time. And the absorptive capacity index tells us this information, but in terms of the magnitude. So essentially how long we are, for how long we are performing well or not, and what is the impact of that performance. All right, so now that we have those three performance indices, one that's looking at the pipe failures, the duration and the magnitude, and then what this heat map is showing is essentially for each one of these 9 pressure zones, each one of the rows shows that performance index. And again, they're all normalized so that we can directly compare between them. So 0 means worst performance and 1 means the best performance. And what I'm showing you on the right is how the system is arranged and how the different pressure zones are connected between each other. This is obviously an abstraction, but it gives a pretty good kind of indication of how the system is structured. All right, so let's just kind of see how we interpret this. So if we look at pressure zone 1, then we can see that in terms of pipe failures, it performs the worst. So this pressure zone have seen the most pipe failures compared to all the other zones. And this is this value of 0. But if we look at the resilience indices that talk about the time and the magnitude of the impact, we can actually see it perform pretty well and one of the best ones. So it was still able to supply water to its users, even though it had experienced the most pipe failures. So let's look at another pressure zone, and this is pressure zone 6. And if we look at this pressure zones, what we can see that it actually did not experience that many pipe failures, but it performs the worst or one of the worst one in terms of water supply. So essentially, although it didn't experience so many pipe failures, it wasn't able to supply water to its consumers, and the users were without water up until a few days. So what that kind of tells us is first, there is a mismatch between how many pipes are failing in the specific pressure zone to how much water supply it's actually able to supply to its users. And then when we look, so essentially what that told us is that it wasn't enough to look just at the pipe failures. We also have to think about how the system is actually connected, which makes sense essentially, because that's also what impacts where the different pressure zones and the users get their water. So essentially, if we look here, the network structure, then what we observe is that pressure zones 1 through 4, they all experienced the most pipe failures during the winter storm event. But because they all had a direct connection to one of the treatment plants, they were still able to keep up their storages and they were able to supply most of the water to the users. And then zones 5 through 9, you can kind of see they're in the second tier of the supply, right? They're further down the line. And although they almost did not see pipe failures because they did not have a direct connection to the source, then they were actually performed the worst in terms of water supply, and they weren't able to supply water to the users for a few days. So essentially, when water was flowing to those regions, most of the water was being lost through leakages in that first tier of pressure zones. All right, so that kind of helped us look at that first question. And the second question that we wanted to look at is to see if we can learn from the normal operating conditions and see if we can predict how the system will perform during the extreme events. So to do that, what we did is we wanted to identify regions or hotspots with high failure rates, and then see how well those aligns with the high failure rates regions during the extreme event. And the reason why I want to do that is because we can then think about which areas we should prioritize in terms of placing pipes or hardening the infrastructure to improve performance during the extreme events. So to do that, we used, again, a pretty standard method called DBScan, which we use to find hotspot or spatial clusters. To do that, we use the non-URI failures as our training data set, and then we use the URI failures as our test data set. So without going into details, but this method basically has only two parameters. One of them is the radius and the other one is the number of points. So what does that mean? It's basically we have to decide what do we call a cluster. So we think about the radius that we're interested in, and then we need to say how many points should fall into that radius for us to consider this to be an extreme event or for us to consider this to be a hotspot. So for the radius, we chose 300 meters. The reason for that is more for practical implications. So Austin Water defines their project scope around 2 city blocks. So if we're talking about how to replace pipes or retrofit the infrastructure, this would typically be the scope of a project. And then for the second parameter, the number of points, I'll show you on the next slide. We varied the different options, and then we chose the one that gave us the best prediction. All right, so I'll jump into the results. So this essentially the output of this DB scan are those blue shaded areas. So essentially, they identify where during normal conditions, so there are no extreme events used in this data set. We identify where the hotspots, meaning which parts of the system we see more failures than what we would normally expect. So that output gives us those blue shaded region. And then what we did on top of that, we overlaid and the failures that happened during Winter Storm Uri, which you can see in those red points. So what we were trying to see, do those red points fall nicely within this shaded blue region? And this result is specifically for NS6, which tells us how many points need to fall within the radius or within the 300-meter radius for this to be considered a higher failure rate than what I would normally expect. So we repeated this analysis for different values of n, or number of those points. Essentially what that means is if we increase the number of the points, we're becoming more strict in what we would consider to be a hotspot. And essentially this is why you can see that as we increase this value, those regions become more small. And again, our goal is to look and to see if the red points, which is the failures during Winter Storm Uri, how well do they fall into those shaded areas? If they fall in well, that implies that I can use the information from normal performance to suggest where should I invest in improving my infrastructure to perform better during extreme events. So to evaluate the performance, and not just by looking at the figures, we use pretty standard performance metrics in data mining and in classification methods. So we use precision and recall. So here we consider true positive if a Uri failure fell within the cluster, and we consider false positive to be a cluster that had no Uri failures within it. So basically it's an empty cluster that has no red dots inside. And then a false negative would be a Uri failure that is not within a cluster. And then what you can see on this figure is a trade-off between precision and recall. You can see a very nice knee point, which kind of tells us what is the best value to choose for this parameter. And we get pretty good results. We get recall of around 0.8 and precision of around 0.7. That again tells us how well normal events can give me prediction about where the failures are going to happen during extreme events. And then just to bring back the schematic of the system itself. So this specific figure that I'm showing here is for pressure zone 1, which I also showed before was the one that had the most pipe failures. And you can kind of see it's really central to the entire system. So if a utility which is resource constrained can prioritize where they should invest into pipe replacement, if they focus, so this can help them to focus even more on a more specific region within pressure zone 1. And that would also help improve performance of all those regions that are downstream that are getting water through zone 1. All right, so kind of to sum up what I've discussed, So first, we use pretty simple control charts to first just distinguish between normal events and extreme failure events. And then the first kind of interesting point that came out is that high performance is not necessarily only affects the condition locally, but actually propagates and could impact the entire system. And a huge part of that is the connectivity of the system or the network structure, which in our case essentially allowed the failures to cascade and propagate to the other regions. And then we also saw a really nice spatial and temporal agreement between how a system performs during normal conditions as a good predictor towards extreme events. And the last thing I kind of want to emphasize is that all the data that we used in this study is something that water utilities usually already collect. So what that means is that they don't have to invest into thinking of new technologies or new methods to collect the data to be able to do this kind of analysis. And the other thing is that we really prioritize using pretty simple tools so that this analysis could be relatively easy or streamlined, implemented or for other systems. And just some other things I would like to mention that we learned as we worked on this project is that often we kind of get excited about coming up with really sophisticated and complex models. But most of the literature kind of overlooks the amount of data that is needed to do that type of analysis and the amount of processing that we need to do for that data. Again, we were very lucky to work with a very progressive water utility, but even then, different divisions collect different data, and we found that there is lack of standardized or centralized data management. So it's really difficult to even begin to figure out who's responsible for the data collection, what format that comes in, doing quality assurance on the data. So it's really something that we learned to be challenging. The other thing, we had to work with many different softwares, so there isn't a single tool that can kind of answer all the questions, which for us was an advantage because we're in academia, so we have students that kind of learn to do and gain those types of skills. But this is actually a real challenge for water utility because it's really difficult, or it means that they have to have very trained staff that has really specialized skills to be able to do this kind of work. And then as always, institutional knowledge is still very, very critical in all these types of works because a lot of the information and the nuances are not documented. So we had to work with the utility very closely to kind of get their feedback about our assumptions or misconceptions about the system. And lastly, on the right, I'm just showing a snippet of an AWWA survey. It's a little bit dated, it's from 2020, so there's no AI there yet. But the point I want to kind of to see is that water utilities prioritize renewal and replacement of aging infrastructure as number one, but data management is way down the list. And all the analysis I've shown you, the work we did here, really relies on having all the data to be able to do that type of analysis. So kind of just some thoughts moving forward to make the work that we do in academia to be more applicable and for utilities to think about how they could adapt these types of methods. And then I'll just finish up with acknowledging Dr. Helena Tindman. She's the PhD student that worked on this project. She graduated recently. Austin Water again for their support. And then this work was funded in part by NSF. And we just published this work in Reliability Engineering and System Safety. So there are definitely more details in the paper. And with that, I'll take questions. Thank you.
So much, Lina. It was an excellent talk. Before we get to the questions, yes, absolutely, Lina, like always. Before we get to the questions, I have just one couple of announcements. So after this, we'll have a slight change in schedule. So after this, we'll have Dave Alderson, who is from the Naval Postgraduate School, just for those of you who were not here yesterday. For those of you who were here yesterday, the surprise guy. This is one of the major key takeaways I'll have from this workshop, Dave, surprise. So we'll have him for 10 minutes and, or roughly of that order. And based on, he just wanted to make a few points. Marta is here. We wanted Marta and Shubhra. Shubhra is not here. So maybe Himanshu, if you can convey what he says. I mean, he said he wanted both of them. So
Okay.
yeah, so that's fine. And after that, then we'll have Jennifer. And then there is somebody at the very end right there whom I want to quickly introduce to this group, Dr. Usama Fayyad. He's one of very well-known data mining person, started ACM KDD. So when we brag that, I won this award at ACM KDD or TJ did or whatever, my students, he's the guy who founded ACM KDD. So after, so what I'm thinking of, he needs to leave at 1:40. So if he goes at the end for 10 minutes, that's roughly what he said, then we can continue the discussions with him over lunch. So that's what I was thinking. So with that, surprise, please.
Any questions though?
Oh, sorry, I'm complete. Surprise there too.
One track mind.
Thank you so much, Dave. While saying all this, I completely forgot. Questions. So let me start with one warm-up question for you, which is actually I have a lot of questions. So I will follow up and I'll have some of my students and postdocs follow up. Especially you might hear from Pooja Das and Dian Indravati from water side, especially, and maybe several others like, Tani. Let me ask the question. So let's say we are being consulted by some ministry in Indonesia like Bappenas, and which is the National Development and Planning, and Dian is smiling because this is not too far from reality, not too far. So we are, and what they want is, so they are moving their capital from Jakarta to Nusantara. Jakarta is a sinking city, so based on groundwater withdrawal and based on sea level rise and floods, so it's becoming uninhabitable. Probably the first example in modern times where a large, populous country has to move its capital. Now, Jakarta, obviously, still people will continue to live there, and we cannot change their water infrastructures, water distribution, wastewater, overall water infrastructures. But we could maybe retrofit them, maintain them, do something, right? Now, in Nusantara, there is the opportunity to build these water infrastructures from scratch, complete new redesign. Give us a sense for a very initial level, and I'll follow up with you, Lina, a little bit on this because we have been asked this question from Indonesia, and we are actually going there soon for another reason, but we'll talk to them. But so I'm just blabbering to give you a little bit of time to think. But if you think about this, from the retrofitting side, maintenance side for existing city like Jakarta, from completely new redesign side for Nusantara, what were your initial thoughts? I know this is too less time for you to have a complete document ready out there, but just initial thoughts. And then Lina will probably follow up with you. Please, Lina, go ahead.
So I think today, if we could imagine building something from scratch, I would probably think about investing in flexible infrastructure. So I think we have a lot of challenges, but one of the big ones is that I think traditional systems were probably over-designed with the anticipation of increasing consumption, and with all the new technology, more efficient water use and so forth, it's actually pretty plateaued. And there's also things like population shifts, and we've seen this during COVID, where we didn't go to our offices anymore. So parts of the system were completely stagnant, and water was just sitting there. And the consumption was really changed or shifted to different regions and also different times of the day. And the way the systems are built today, they're very unflexible to those changes. So for example, by flexibility, I can even think about installing valves that you would be able to operate remotely, and you'll be able to close and open sections of those systems and pipes, and you'll be changing the network topology, right? And by doing that, you can achieve different control and basically manipulate the system to divert water in different ways. So if I were to start from scratch, I would probably think about designing something like that.
Thank you so much. Any other, yes, Leonardo? Okay. where do you start?
Lina, you emphasize failures from pipes, but how about the power outages? After all, Yuri was also a major power outage event to begin with. So,
Lena, if you don't know, do you mind just a short, I mean, who you are?
I actually do know, Leonard. I
Oh,
think I
good.
gave a talk there once, right?
Paul Kabir.
Yeah, that's an excellent question. That's an excellent question. So that varied a lot across Texas, across different utilities. Austin Water actually, in Austin, we experienced a lot of power outages, but the water utility had backup generators, so they actually did not experience energy losses to treat and pump the water. There was one of the treatment plants that I will not name. They had issues with the generator itself. So it was more about like local conditions, but the system itself, it did not experience power loss. I mean, they did from the ERCOT, or Austin Energy, but they had backup generators to keep those operations. So the main issues for failures in Austin Water was mostly for pipe failures.
Sam?
Hi, Lena. Really enjoyed your talk. So I was just wondering, through your experience working with the utility here, so maybe a couple of questions. So one, like, how was that engagement like, working with the utility, in the beginning when you're gathering data and then, presenting your results at the end? I mean, what was their appetite like in terms of, the analytic outcomes and versus, what they're the experts in, of their own utility, right? So they have some maybe intuition and engineering sort of understanding versus, when you run an analytic kind of exercise, like how does that compare? And what was your experience with them, sort of, interacting with them and kind of presenting the outcomes? If you can maybe share a little bit about.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think the main thing is to build trust with the water utility. And again, every utility would be different. So I have been working with them for about 8 years, slowly building up towards that trust, starting with smaller project and kind of moving and building and gaining access to more sensitive and source data. They're always willing to share information, to have meetings, to discuss what we're showing. They're absolutely hesitant to actually implement what we're saying. We're not there yet. And also all this analysis was done like about a year after winter storm ended, because their first priority is to do their job. They wouldn't like do that during the event, right? So we're not there yet, but we're kind of keeping that relationship open and keep continuing doing the work so that at some point we will get there where they will be more be able to implement some of these. So but it's definitely a long-term relationship that is really, really built on trust.
Thank you, Lena. If I can ask maybe just a quick follow-up, just that I think you sort of touched on that point. I was going to sort of talk about, based on the results, I mean, and the event and the analytic results, in terms of, mitigation, and you were saying like, maybe, how maybe they're not quite there in terms of, taking certain actions, right? To be able to better handle, an event like this that may happen again. And to what extent, I mean, are they better off now with, what they saw, what happened and how the system behaved? If this kind of an event were to happen again, like, or do they expect similar kinds of outcomes, or just curious?
Yeah, so they actually went through a serious audit last year to look at this event specifically, and we experienced a few water quality events over the past 7 years or so. So they went through a serious audit to kind of audit and looking into like what they should be improving. A lot of that is actually more on the human side and workforce. probably a little bit less so on the infrastructure itself. And the workforce issue and training is a really huge issue in water sector. I'm sure it's the same in other sectors. So that was actually found to be probably the most critical thing to invest in. And that is due to aging workforce. New people don't find our field exciting, training, high turnover. So that's probably the first thing that needs investment in, which we also often don't talk about.
Thank you so much, Lena. So aging infrastructures, aging workforce, nobody finding water interesting, but everybody wants water and there is more demand for water. On that, I don't know, unfortunate note, but hopefully things will look positive eventually. Thanks, Lena.
Thank you. Thanks, everybody.
That's absolutely a pleasure as always, and we will follow up, Lena, some of us with in general. Okay, so with that. Could you hear that? That was applause. Okay, so with that, where's Dave? Yes, Dave, please take us to more surprises.
Next city.
Okay.
Y cinco años.
All right.
20 años, profe.
All right, good morning. So I want to just take a few minutes to follow up from some conversations we were having yesterday. When I was talking with Arup and Sam, they wanted not only like what are we doing, but be a little bit of perspective on going forward. And so to the extent in the last part of this really fun workshop, we are maybe looking forward a little bit. I want to just give some reflections on where we are, where we've come from, and where we might go. I'll say that a lot of the ideas in here are a paper I published a short while ago with David Woods on are we essentially keeping pace with change? When I think about the modern study of critical infrastructure, it really started with this report in the mid to late 90s, if you're not aware of it, the President's Commission on Critical Infrastructure Protection. This is actually where the term critical infrastructure originated in our lexicon. It was a collaboration of government, industry, and academia to think about the challenges that were arising because the internet as a common information system was now starting to tie different things together, and therefore we faced certain vulnerabilities perhaps that we hadn't had before. While not much came immediately out of this report until the attacks of 9/11 and the establishment of the Department of Homeland Security, and then critical infrastructure really became a hot topic, initially with sort of theories and frameworks, and then ultimately to policies. Igor mentioned that PPD 21, which is sort of one of the main national policies, which came out in 2013 as a
surprise.
Sorry.
So yesterday was my birthday, so that's what they're doing. Right. That's very kind. Thank you very much. It is a surprise, not a fundamental one.
Oh, no, look at him. Are we singing?
We're not singing.
That's a good idea.
You're gonna record, I mean, you're recording me.
Okay, Sam, you want to lead the choir since you,
That's
among
something
us.
you were not able to predict.
I don't know, like, actually, it follows in a fairly linear way from the events last night. Why I'm a little hoarse, why Marta was late, and like, there, we're all kind of moving slowly today.
And I've been saying surprise, surprise, surprise over the period of the day so far.
Okay. This is
He
really
wasn't
wonderful.
even there last night, so it all started with him. It has nothing to do with
Okay,
it.
thank you.
So Sam, you want to just lead the choir since you know him for the longest time, or like happy birthday or something?
One.
Start.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Thank you. That's so fun and
Set it back there.
and we're gonna all get to have cake with our lunch, which is super fun. Okay, so talking about critical infrastructure, right?
Yeah, where were you?
So the early period, this early period was very much about in thinking about, you know, even framing the problem, right? How do we even think about it? What do we want to do, right? And that was followed the last 10 years with what I'll say was a second act that has primarily focused on modeling and simulation. Tremendous amount of effort going on at the national labs and other places, but you know, the explosion of conferences and journals and funding and centers of excellence and all kinds of things, right? This has been the last 10 years. And it's been a really, you know, fun and productive kind of time. To some extent, when I think about the work that we've been doing collectively, it's sort of to some extent been based on a premise that a lot of this modeling and simulation will allow us to map out our infrastructure systems and their dependencies, model their operation, identify vulnerabilities, and then plug the holes. That's what a lot of this ends up doing. And I've been involved in some of this myself, right? What's up here? This is the Russian rail network circa 1955. There was some original work that went into trying to understand the bottlenecks in this network. This work actually, so this was done at RAND by a couple of folks who were sitting alongside guys by the name of Ford and Fulkerson and Danzig. This is actually the origin of the Maxwell-Mincutt theorem is in this military application. And so, you know, my own work has been about trying to understand how we identify critical nodes, critical arcs, these kind of vulnerabilities, and in particular, you know, adversarial models that allow us to identify sets of components that create these bottlenecks or these vulnerabilities or these kinds of things. So, you know, there's been a lot of success, one could say, on sort of the academic side. And we've applied this in lots of places. We've applied it to Guam, which we heard about a lot about, power systems, water systems, military fuel, supply chain kinds of systems. But at the same time, there's sort of this pattern seems to be creeping in all over the place. These systems seem to be going great or better and better until they're not, and then things are really bad. And when we look at things in the news, right, whether it be water systems, whether it be you know, near collapse of major dams in California, or the freeze in Texas, which we just heard about, or you know, Southwest Airlines essentially shutting down large amounts of national transportation, or global banking crises, or you know, this is Google Cloud going down for major parts of Europe. Work that I've been involved with and have been following doesn't say anything about these. Doesn't help to explain them necessarily in any way. So the pattern that we see is that, you know, when things fail, they tend to fail sort of cryptically and catastrophically, right?
I like it.
It would not be at all surprising, right, at some point that, you know, maybe at the crescendo of the talk that, you know, things just shut down, right? We're sorry. So to some extent, this premise isn't working. As much as we're doing better and better with modeling and simulation, we're still having these surprise events, these major events that catch us seemingly unprepared. And I think that we're never gonna get there. We're never gonna close all the holes. We don't know our systems as well as we think we do, and we're never gonna have sort of that complete view that as engineers and modelers we would like. There is no single vantage point from where we can see everything. Things are always changing. There are always going to be hidden dependencies. There are always going to be surprises. And so in particular, you know, the pace of change and the way in which these things are becoming more complex is getting away from us in some sense, it feels like. And as much as we have more modeling and simulation, I don't feel like we're ever going to catch up, right? There are too many systems that we would have to do this for. So we sort of need another way forward. We need something else. So I've been spending a lot of time with David Woods at Ohio State, who co-authored this paper that I mentioned. There are lots of places where we agree in terms of the things that matter, right? We know that simple abstractions for these very complicated systems don't work, or they don't work for